manner. On the foreign scene, M23 plays down Ebola fears as WHO visits treatment centers in eastern DRC. Details shortly. President Bola Tinubu has directed all ministries and extra-ministerial departments to sustain and deepen the work processes while mandating agencies of government to adopt technology-driven systems across their internal operations and service delivery platforms. The president said the public service must move beyond outdated manual systems and embrace faster, transparent, and citizen-focused governance mechanisms. Speaking at the opening ceremony of the International Civil Service Conference 2026 in Abuja, Tinubu, who was represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, SGF, Senator George Akume, declared that inefficient bureaucratic practices could no longer be accommodated in an era increasingly shaped by technology and digital innovation. Tinubu said the directive forms part of the broader public sector reform agenda under his administration's Renewed Hope program, aimed at building a more responsive and efficient civil service. According to him, the Nigerian public service has in the last 11 months moved beyond policy declarations and planning into measurable outcomes despite prevailing domestic and global challenges. The president described public servants as the engine room of national transformation, noting that effective implementation remains central to achieving the objectives of government policies. He said the federal government has continued to modernize operations within the civil service, pointing to ongoing digitalization efforts across government institutions. Tinubu disclosed that 38 ministries and extra-ministerial departments are already operating on secure, paperless, and end-to-end electronic workflow systems. He added that government was also strengthening institutional capacity through the personnel audit and skills gap analysis initiative, which he authorized during the previous conference, which has said was nearing completion. According to the president, the exercise would help identify competency gaps, strengthen workforce capacity, and ensure appropriate deployment of personnel equipped with relevant digital skills. Tinubu also linked the public sector transformation drive with the administration's wider digital infrastructure strategy, referencing Project Bridge, Building Resilient Digital Infrastructure for Growth, which he recently highlighted at the African CEO Forum in Rwanda. He said the initiative was intended to provide the infrastructure backbone needed to drive innovation, improve public service efficiency, create jobs, and expand digital access across the country. The Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, FAN, has promised the traveling public and stakeholders that robust preventive measures have been put in place across all international airports in response to the recent Ebola virus disease situation in parts of Central Africa. FAN, in a statement by its Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, Henry Agbebire, said it was working in close collaboration with Port Health Services, the Nigerian Center for Disease Control and Prevention, NCDC, and other relevant agencies to intensify surveillance and monitoring of passengers, particularly those arriving from high-risk regions. The statement revealed that passengers are being screened for symptoms associated with Ebola, and any suspected case will be promptly isolated and subjected to secondary health checks in line with established national and international health protocols. The statement comes days after the World Health Organization declared the Bundibugyo Ebola virus outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo and Uganda, a public health emergency of international concern, on May 17, 2026. The outbreak centered in DRC's Ituri province has spread to Uganda and has raised regional concerns due to reported cases and deaths. Meanwhile, a consultant in community medicine at the University of Uyo Teaching Hospital, Dr. Peters, has urged Nigerians to exercise caution over the new strain of Ebola virus called Bundibugyo. Peters, who spoke during an interview with newsmen, said there are no treatments to manage the virus, unlike the 2014 strain. The Nigerian Air Force, NAF, says it has neutralized several terrorist and coordinated airstrikes conducted around Buka Meram in the southern Tumbus and Chikidi axis of the Mandara Mountains in Borno State. NAF spokesman Air Commodore Ehime Ejodame disclosed this in a statement on Wednesday when he said the operations were carried out following credible intelligence and confirmatory intelligence surveillance and reconnaissance ISR missions. According to him, NAF air assets destroyed terrorist logistics hubs, structures, and assembly points concealed within the enclaves, while also neutralizing several insurgents and disrupting planned attacks. He noted that the strikes form part of ongoing efforts to degrade terrorist capabilities and deny them freedom of action in the Northeast Theater of Operations. The Chief of Air Staff, CAS, Air Marshal Sunday Aneke, reaffirmed the NAV's commitment to sustain joint operations with other security agencies and allied partners aimed at eliminating terrorism and restoring peace across the country. The national leadership of the All Progressives Congress has disowned the various results being announced across several states regarding the senatorial direct primaries. In a statement by the Chief of Staff to the National Chairman, Abdulkarim Bala Kwali, said the unauthorized announcement directly contravened the established position of the National Secretariat and the formal directive of the National Working Committee (NWC) of our great party. Bala Kwali clarified that the NWC explicitly mandated that no results should be announced at any senatorial level until they have been formally reviewed, verified, and approved by the committee. He called on all party faithfuls and the general public to disregard any results being speculated upon or circulated, as they do not represent the official decision of the party. The statement insisted that the APC remain committed to ensuring a free, fair, and credible electoral process and assure that all stakeholders that the authentic results will be formally communicated upon the conclusion of the entire exercise. A former factional chairman of the People's Democratic Party (PDP) in Rivers State, Robinson Namewo, has attributed the recent disqualification of some politicians on the lack of preparedness and understanding of the party constitution. Namewo, in an interview to the FM correspondent, insisted that parties have their constitutions which align with the Electoral Act as amended, and anyone not pleased with the screening should take up the matter. The PDP chieftain, while advising politicians to ensure they are prepared, stressed that the mere gossips will not help the situation but rather fuel disinformation in the state.
Issue of party primaries is purely an internal affair of the party. Each respective political party have their party constitutions. They also have their electoral guidelines. It is based on the party constitution and the electoral guideline, in addition to the provisions of the Electoral Act 2026, that parties carry out screening of aspirants for respective positions. There is nothing like political witch hunt. Election is a complete process. It's not a one-day affair.
Namewo, while reminding politicians that the Electoral Act does not have provisions for independent candidates, but also urged governorship aspirants to ensure the full spirit of sportsmanship and embrace the outcome of the screening. He also frowned at insinuations by some political bigwigs that the FCT minister is interfering in party process, noting that all politicians are free to give both financial and moral support to their choice candidates.
Have to exhibit the spirit of sportsmanship. So I believe that by Thursday that APC primaries will hold, party members will come out in their numbers in the 319 wards of the state and vote their choice, and not for Abuja to make choice for anybody. FCT minister is not interfering. FCT minister is a party leader. FCT minister operates what we call the Rainbow Coalition. He supports his candidates. The sitting governor should also be able to support his candidates. That is how politics works. Power is not served a la carte. Power is not given. Power is not dashed. Power is taken.
You're listening to the World News on Today95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today, 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, the rest of our stories. The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has accused the federal government of failing to implement the 2025 agreement in a coordinated manner. Chairman of the Port Harcourt zone of ASU, Uzoma Chima, who made this known during a press conference at the University of Port Harcourt, explained that the federal government implemented the agreement in a distorted and uncoordinated manner by failing to inaugurate the Implementation Monitoring Committee expected to shield the agreement from what he termed bureaucratic bottlenecks. Chima lamented that administrators of federal universities only picked what to pay among the consolidated academic tool allowances and academic allowances and professorial allowances, instead of paying all as stated in the agreement.
Administrators of federal universities are bidding and choosing what to pay among the consolidated academic tool allowances and academic allowances and professorial allowances, whereas all these should have been streamed with the consolidated academic staff salary scale bonus. As monthly salary packages for professors and other academic staff.
Chima further noted that some governors are yet to implement the agreement in which representatives of the governing councils participated. He, however, condemned that he described the partial implementation of the salary component of the 2025 FGN ASU agreement by vice-chancellors and called on both federal and state governments to respect the letters and spirit of the document for lasting industrial harmony on campuses. Chima further warned that the union will stop at nothing to ensure that all their members fully benefit from the gains of the 8-year-long negotiation.
The academic staff union of universities, since the signing of the agreement with the federal government of Nigeria in December 2025 and its public presentation in January 2026, this interactive session was called to present the outcome of our review of the implementation of the signed agreement and other outstanding issues. The federal government is set to inaugurate the Implementation Monitoring Committee, expected to shield the agreement from bureaucratic bottlenecks and guide the strategic actualization.
A senior lecturer in the Department of International Diplomacy at the Rivers State University, Obidima, has asserted that Nigeria remains heavily dependent on foreign powers politically, economically, socially, and culturally. Obidima made the observation in an interview to the FM's correspondent, Loma Owosu, where he highlighted that the U.S. actively promotes democracy globally, leading Nigerian politicians to seek refuge and influence within the U.S. during internal political challenges. He cited the Obama administration's alleged influence on the Goodluck Jonathan election, stating that the current Bola Tinubu's administration, facing a potentially uncooperative with the Trump's administration, is also employing lobbying strategies in the U.S. to counter negative perceptions, even amidst claims of Christian genocide in Nigeria. The lecturer criticized the approach, deeming it diplomatically unfavorable for Nigeria, arguing that relying on American influence without a clear understanding of the Nigerians' internal issues is counterproductive.
Nigeria is a dependent nation, politically, economically, socially, and even culturally. In the international political system we are today, there are major powers. United States happen to be the hegemon. United States is a dominant power. The United States is at the forefront in the push for nations adopting democracy as their major governance structure. That is why the attraction of politicians to go and seek for refuge in terms of internal political challenges to the United States, knowing full well that the United States can influence a lot of things.
Obidima urged political parties to engage American ears strategically regarding the upcoming elections, advocating for an American oversight of INEC to ensure a free and fair electoral process.
During Jonathan's time, the Obama administration was used to influence the outcome of that election. And now, Tinubu, with some not quite friendly disposition with the current president of America, Donald Trump, has adopted the strategy of using lobbyists to burnish his image of his government and United States, even at the wake of Donald Trump declaring Christian genocide going on in Nigeria. Diplomatically, it is a ploy on the part of the current administration.
A woman identified as Amarachi Promise Esonomo is seeking justice over the death of her 3 kids in Port Harcourt, River State. Promise Esonomo says she lost her 3 children in Port Harcourt on Friday night when a car ran into her house and killed all her 3 children. It was alleged that the driver of the car was a lady who was believed to be learning driving that night from her lover. It was also gathered that the car had skid off the road into a residential building and that the kids aged 10, 4 and 3 years old were crushed and died on the spot, and their remains were later taken to the mortuary. It was gathered that the incident was reported to the OGRA police station, and there has not been any known established effort to prosecute the suspect. However, the mother of the late children, Mrs. Amarachi Promise Isonomo, has taken to her social media handles to call on Nigerians for help. In the meantime, Rivers State Police Command has expressed saddened by the tragic incident which reportedly claimed the lives of 3 children from the same family. The unfortunate development has generated widespread grief and concern within the state. The Commissioner of Police, Olugbenga Adepoju, in a statement extended his heartfelt condolences and profound sympathy to the bereaved family, praying that God grants the family the strength and fortitude to bear the irreparable loss. According to the statement by the Command Public Relations Officer, ASP Agabe Blessing Kabolo, assured the affected family that the general public that the command has commenced a thorough investigation into the incident. The statement further reassured all concerned that every necessary step will be taken to ensure that justice is not only served, but manifestly seen to be served in accordance with the law. The statement reaffirms that the command remain committed to uncovering the circumstances surrounding any incident and ensuring that anyone found culpable is brought to justice. It stated that members of the public are urged to remain calm, avoiding spreading unverified information, and cooperate with investigators as inquiries continue. On the foreign scene, M23 rebel group spokesperson has downplayed concerns about the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo as a team from the World Health Organization visited a treatment center in Yarangongo. The WHO team also went to a public health laboratory in Goma, which is under occupation by the M23 rebel group. The World Health Organization team did not speak to the media, but M23 rebel spokesman Lawrence Kanyunka said there was a total of 27 samples, all of which has tested negative. He added that the major center operates 24 hours a day and has the capacity to process samples from more than 5 provinces. In Goma, a city of over 2 million people that has been under the control of M23 rebels since January 2025, concern is growing. Amid insecurity, economic hardship and shortages, many residents fear that a new outbreak will further worsen their daily lives and are calling on the authorities to step up protective measures. The World Health Organization Director General openly worried over the scale and the speed of an outbreak of a rare type of Ebola in the country's east, where authorities reported a sharp increase in suspected deaths to at least 131 and over 500 suspected cases. The virus spread undetected for weeks after the first known death, as authorities tested for a more common type of Ebola and came up negative. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. President Bola Tinubu has ordered ministries and agencies to deepen digital transformation in public service. The national leadership of APC have disowned results of senatorial direct primaries election being announced across several states. We told you that ASU has accused the federal government of failing to implement the 2025 agreement in a coordinated manner. On the foreign scene, you also heard that M23 has played down Ebola fears as WHO visits treatment centers in Eastern DRC. That was the news that's edited by Chendwe Jowa. For comments and inquiries, please call 0818-389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbera. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Exit of a legend. With total submission to the will of the Almighty God, the family of Peter Wallu announces the passing on to glory of their beloved husband, father, brother, uncle, and grandfather, Peter Wallu, aka Bro P, age 75. Burial arrangement, Friday 22nd May 2026, 5 p.m. Service of songs at Wallu's compound, Adanta, Isiokpo, Ikwere LGA, River State, Nigeria. Saturday 23rd May 2026, 8 a.m. Body leaves mortuary for funeral service at Wallu's compound, Adanta, Isiokpo, Ikwere LGA, River State, Nigeria. Funeral service by Deeper Life Bible Church. Entertainment by 12 p.m. Sunday 24th May 2026, 8 a.m. Thanksgiving service at Deeper Life Bible Church, Adanta, Isiokpo, LGA. This is signed by Darlington Wenike Wallu, Chief Mourner.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
Yes. It's time for Eyewitness Report on this dial today 95.1 FM. I just played Patoranking, I'm in love. Don't know why that song made me laugh. Love is very important and beautiful, right? It's not a comic relief now, is it? But I don't know, for some reason that song was just funny to me. Anyway, that's by the side though. Welcome to What's on Your Mind. Yeah. We'll talk about the things on your mind. Yeah, this is a show where you call in to say what's on your mind exactly as it is, while also, minding language important and being brief about it. Because if we give you 1 hour to talk about the things on your mind, the 1 hour will be exhausted and you still have things to talk about. Our mind is very deep and vast. There are lots of things. I don't want to believe the mind is ever empty. The mind is never empty. There's always something. Always something. So, yeah. So, we have this what's on your mind for you to call in to talk about the things on your mind, right? Yeah. And, just let it off your chest. So, whatever thought it is, physical, social, moral, political, financial, family, health, whatever it is, as long as it's something on your mind, this is the show for you to call in and say it. As long as it's a thought on your mind, as long as that's what you're thinking about, even if not right this minute, maybe something you thought about early in the day, yeah, you have the floor to call in. If it's something that you had a conversation you had with someone, of course, maybe something you saw on the news, something you heard, something you saw on TV, or something you saw online, or something whatever it is, and it's something that you thought about. Yeah, you call in to say what's on your mind as it is. But we'll do a short break, get back from that one, and we'll open the phone lines. My name is Rona Agbara.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM. Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
True strength. What defines it? The brilliance of a player, or when a team comes together to win. A solo beat, or the rhythm of many. The flair of one dancer, or the art of a troupe. One distinct voice, or the beauty of the symphony. At FCMB Group, we build ecosystems, empower communities, and create the future. Because we believe it's not just one, but the power of the group that delivers the future we all desire. FCMB, the power of the group.
All right, let's get the show started with you calling in to say what is on your mind, actually. I don't want to begin with what's on my mind so that, of course, if time permits, I may just say a little of what's on my mind here and there, just, the surface. But let's begin with you first. Because let's hear from you. 08109510951. That's the number to call to say what is on your mind exactly as it is. You want to send a text message? You want to send a voice note, you want to send a WhatsApp message, you have the floor. The WhatsApp line is open 0701 962. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Rona.
Yes, please, welcome.
I greet.
I greet you too.
Michael from Abba.
All right, what's on your mind?
Yeah, since yesterday, my mind has been, I've been happy, I've been in a good mood.
What happened?
Asking my club.
Oh, okay. You're part of the red people.
Yes, so the London is red. So we made it beyond people's expectation.
All right, that's a good one.
Bachelor people, they have not changed. They are now our friends. Yes, it was really great in Abaji yesterday.
Oh, that's good. All right.
So that is what my mind.
Okay, that's good. All right. Celebrate with you too. Yeah. 08109510951. What's on your mind this evening? Hello, good evening.
Hello?
Yes, please.
Yeah, good evening. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Yeah. My dear, what is in my mind, eh?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
What happened?
There's a story I heard yesterday. I think yesterday, a woman that lost her 3 kids.
Yeah.
Motor accident. My dear, I'm totally shocked. I never knew how Elena, they project it in a spiritual problem. How a woman just 1, 2, 3, just like that.
Like the whole family wiped out.
My dear, the thing touched me. I just imagine how the woman will feel and the husband.
I can't even imagine how it is.
What is the meaning of that? You are learning in the night.
At night too.
Can't you go to the field? What is the meaning of that?
That's
very
crazy.
painful, Roland. It's very, very painful, honestly. Still touch me. I feel for the family.
Yeah.
Quite unfortunate.
Very, very unfortunate.
Them. It's not if you.
Amen.
Huh? Thank you, Jaren.
Thank you. I read the news too, and I don't even know how to feel. 08109510951. What's on your mind this evening? Let's take this one. Hello, good evening. Okay. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my dear sister.
Welcome.
Yes, my name is Engineer Endurance Eleba, popularly known as Anton Masilema.
Go on.
Hello? Yes. Yeah, my dear sister, let me tell you one of the things that is on my mind is a sad one. I want to ask you a question.
All right.
Why is it that good thing doesn't last? I just want to know.
I don't have the answer to that question, my brother.
You don't have. Well, it's a sad one. Just like the news I heard yesterday, in my community, and my family brother who lost his life yesterday. He's an iron bender, a welder, went to do work at a 2-story building, and he falls. Yesterday from 2-story building.
So he fell from there, and that's it. He fell, and that was it.
That was it, my dear sister.
He went to work.
He went to work.
Hey, yes. My goodness.
Somewhere in Port Harcourt. He's an iron bender.
No.
Parapet work, 2-story building. And he falls. He's from my friend. He's my family brother.
That's really sad.
It's a very big loss to my family.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's a sudden one. That is what is just on my mind. We are in pain generally.
I can't even say I feel your pain because I can't relate.
4 years ago, he lost the wife.
Oh, so that's why you were asking the question that why don't good things last? Oh, I understand now.
He has 4 children. It's a shocking one, my dear.
That's so sad. I'm sorry. Apologies. Yes. Accept all my condolences.
His name, Engineer Opetiku Igonika.
All right.
Thank you, my dear.
Thank you.
Thank you, and God bless you. That is what is just on my mind.
All right. I don't know. I've just been hearing a lot of really touching stories today, and I'm really in my feelings somehow. I'm just trying to be, because there's some news you hear, you'd not even know how to process it, how to express it, how to 08109510951. What's on your mind? Hello, good evening. Yes, please.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Regina, calling from Turkey.
All right, go on, please.
Let me join my good friend something must kill a man. To sympathize with him.
All right.
Over this loss that he talked about now. It's really unfortunate when you lose a very close friend, a close person who is very close to you. It's really touching.
All right. Okay.
And let me also sympathize with that woman and the family. Out of 4 children, she lost 3
at once. Yeah.
I don't know how will that woman and the husband cope with this type of situation. I want to join millions of Nigerians to pray for her. And we
right, thank you.
It's only God. It's only
God
that
can comfort her and her family.
Can console this family. Very much.
Thank you. All right. 08109510951. That's the number to call to say what's on your mind exactly as it is. You have the floor to call in. You have the platform to call in. And just get it off your chest. You know, it's important that you say some things out. It's just because bottling things up and keeping things in too much for so long, it can cause a lot of damage that you would ever know. So you have the platform to call in and you have the, the show to call in to say what is on your mind exactly as it is. If you'd rather send a message, okay, please do. If you'd rather send a voice note or a WhatsApp message, 0701933962. That's for text messages or WhatsApp messages or a voice note. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please.
Kim on the line.
All right, go on. What's on your mind, please?
What's my mind listening to the news bulletin there on the attack at Oyo, Southwest. How
the schools
are infiltrated into that area all the way from north again. And there have been several rumors, around Port Harcourt, Owerri, and then Aziz, that local people are afraid to go to farm. There have been a lot of threats to their lives. Some people have been hearing Eleme area and others.
Yeah.
You see that the terrorism is coming down to the south here. There is a calculated attempt to take over the country by evil men. So I think our government should be proactive and not politicizing everything. And now the governors, the local government chairmen in this area, they are folding their hands for them to hear something that happened in New York. They will now move into action.
All right.
Without planning on how to stop such things from happening here. Sending invested intelligence.
All right, thank you.
Using the local people to guard our area.
Okay.
So they should be very proactive, please.
All right, thank you. 08109510951. What is on your mind? What's on your mind this evening? Call us and tell us. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Go on, what's on your mind?
I am Rocky.
Okay.
Calling from Port Harcourt.
All right.
What is in my mind is my sister, all these days, the kind of news that are coming out of the airways is disturbing. But I think we that are Christians, God says in everything, we should give him glory, give him honor. Having said
All right.
so,
Okay.
let me share one good news.
Okay.
Today is my friend's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday to your friend.
Yeah, so I will use this opportunity to wish her a happy birthday. Her name is Anna Koro from Okrika.
All right. Okay.
So let God add many more years to her years.
Amen. All right.
Give her the desires of her heart and bless her in all her dedication.
All right.
In Jesus' name.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank
and
you.
bless you too.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you and God bless you.
All right. Okay. 0810-9510951. What's on your mind this evening? There's just been a lot of things going on. Oh. River State, Edo State, Oyo State, Ondo, a lot of places. Abia, Delta. All of the 36 states in Nigeria, something is happening in one state or the other. And most of the time, some of this news and reports that we hear, it can be overwhelming. Yeah, there are times where your head is and your mind is clogged because of too much happenings going on and too much news that you've been hearing from different parts of the country, and you just be overwhelmed. That's why sometimes I say that it's important that sometimes you just do things that would help you keep a sane mind, because if you don't, there's no telling to what extent the mind can go. Hello, good evening.
Oh, sorry, please. Let me turn on my listening device.
Yes, please do that. All right. Go on.
Sorry, good evening.
Good evening
Who
to
is
you.
my presenter, please? May I know your name,
Rona.
Rona?
Yes, this is
Oh,
Rona.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good evening.
Good evening.
Rona, what's on my mind? Rona, the rate of suffering of Nigerians is too much. People are working very hard. Nigerians are working very hard, but nothing to show for. Nothing to show for. It's really just imagine, it's affecting marriage, it's affecting social life, and it's increasing crime, it's increasing all form of criminalities. It's wrong. People are doing voodoos, doing rituals to survive. That's not the true state of their mind.
All right.
It's because of Rona.
Yeah. Hello?
Don't you think we can have a way to solve our problem outside the political space?
That question, are you really asking for an answer, or it's just a rhetorical question you're asking me now? If I don't think we can solve our problems, so what other ways?
No, we can. We can,
Okay.
See, let me tell you, people have been thinking on behalf of every other person in the country. Trust me, a lot of people have been doing that.
Okay.
And the political, which is the governance,
Yeah.
their own is just to make policies and let the civil servants implement it, and it becomes feasible for the populace to enjoy.
Yeah.
So people can put up economic. Now it's just to take over the economic power from them. Let them collect the money and stack. Now the essence of taxation is we can all come as a group, and then let's face agriculture squarely.
All right.
I don't know if I'm driving a point.
Yeah, I get your point. I get it.
If 2 million youths in River State can come out and form a cloud and then tax ourselves, we'll raise money and take care of agriculture, and then our food wahala will solve. After food wahala, we'll go to housing. We'll now go to clothing. We'll now go to sports. We now start. Before you know it, the economic power will belong to us. Now our money.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind. Good thoughts right there. All right. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello, good evening. Hello.
Hello.
Yes,
Rona.
please. Yes, welcome.
Rona, good evening.
Good
This is
evening.
Mark.
Welcome, Mama.
Thank you. What is in my mind is these people have started again. They
Which
are
people?
going around collecting voters' cards, collecting PVC from people and giving them 25,000 naira. For purposes of rigging election, they started again.
What is going on
and
now?
you people who are giving your cards for 25,000 naira, please have conscience.
Have conscience, because you will suffer for another 4 years. I'm just sounding it loud and clear for you people who are collecting 25,000 naira.
All right.
Have conscience so that the younger generation will live.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mama, for sharing what's on your mind. All right. Now, you see that really what's on your mind, it can be anything. As long as it's something that you're thinking about, feel free to join, to call in and share. We have a few more minutes, to say 12 minutes more before we wrap up the segment. So now's the time to bring all your calls in and bring all your messages and text messages, WhatsApp messages. Now is actually the time to bring all of them in, so that in the space of this 12 minutes, we can take as much as we can. Because right after, once it's 7 p.m., I'm no longer taking what's on your mind. Though. So if you call me by 7 or 8 and you tell me I will not answer you. I will not take your call if it's what's on your mind you want to say. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yeah, good evening.
Welcome. Please move away from your listening device so it does not interfere in the call.
Yes, I'm away from there.
Okay.
My take about this whole thing is that what's on my mind is when are we going to wake up as a country, as a people, and stand against this injustice going on in this country? The ruling elite we're talking about are just few persons. If you put all of them together, I don't think they are up to 2,000 persons. But Nigerians are over 250 million. So when are we going to wake up and say enough is enough? When we say enough is enough as a people, all these shenanigans and all this nonsense is going to stop. So I'm just putting this thing across to us. Okay. It is time for us to say no to bad governance.
All right.
It is time for us to say no to all this injustice going on in this country. And the day we wake up and say no to it, that will be the end of it as a people. Because we'll have the power, we'll have the number, and we'll have what it takes to stand against this nonsense going on in this country. I don't know for using that language.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
All right. 08109510951. What's on your mind this evening? What's on your mind today? What's on your mind right now? Call me and tell me. Every other person listening to you too. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
How are you?
I'm very well. Thank you for asking.
My name is Madam Dr. I call you from Gokana.
All right. What's on your mind, please?
Yes. What's on my mind is I'm wondering when you wake up, we will not hear that people are being killed any part of this, be it not south, east, and west. That will wake up and will not hear that somebody has killed another person. We will not hear that somebody has kidnapped a group of people, or a group of people has kidnapped another, taking them to unknown places that nobody can claim. When are we going to wake up one day and we don't hear that? That will be my happiest day. Because I think that this thing should stop. It's evil. We are talking about people in power that they have taken and nobody has slaughtered somebody and nobody is going to praise them. When are we going to stop hearing such a thing? That is what is on my mind. Okay. And I wish somebody can answer. Madam Dr. Gokana, thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for sharing what's on your mind. Appreciate it. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening.
Good evening, welcome.
Yeah, is it Rona?
This is Rona, yes.
Yeah, Rona, good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Chigozie Nwamade. I'm calling you from Ebere Omuma.
Okay, what's on your mind, please?
Yeah. What is on my mind is the day I will sleep and wake up. Then the news will be that the federal government has stopped very money. Because the one that our president has made.
Okay.
We don't know what he used it to do. So that is what on my mind.
All right. The day that you wake up and you're not hearing news of borrowing, Abby. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Just 5 more minutes and then we'll wrap up what's on your mind. I've shared what's on my mind, right? Haven't I? I have. I think I started by talking about, you see, there's just a lot of things in my mind that the moment I say one out, other things just fill up the space. But in between, I was saying that a lot of things going on in the states, in different states of the federation, right? And it's sometimes it's very difficult to keep a sane mind. You can be overwhelmed by all of this news, and you don't even know how to react, how to respond, how to feel, what to feel. And if you don't try as much as possible to still do other things that would help your mind be stable, you may just lose it. Yeah. 08109510951. What's on your mind today? What's on your mind right now? What's on your mind this evening? Still taking calls. I'm still reading messages. I'm still playing voice notes. That's if you send a voice note. If you send a voice note, we'll be sure to play it for the few minutes that I still have. Yeah. All right, the person asking about that person, yes, that's the answer. Yeah, to your question. Yes, to your question. Okay. This message here says, what's on my mind is the avoidable accident that took the lives of 3 children in Port Harcourt. This is so sad and pathetic. Because of 2 irresponsible lovers learning how to drive at night, 3 innocent kids lost their lives. It's so painful and very unfortunate. How can lovers be learning driving on a busy road at night? I'm sure they must have gone romantic in the car and forgot they were on a busy road. These 2 lovers must be punished severely for manslaughter with hard labor. My condolence to the bereaved family. What a great loss, Mr. Lucky. From Mr. Lucky. Okay, let's see if we have WhatsApp message. WhatsApp messages before we wrap up the show. I can still squeeze in one more call, though. That's if the call comes in now, like right now. Otherwise, I don't know. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, as I was saying something came to my mind about this incident of 2 lovers, driving, learning in the night.
Okay.
Did you know that sometimes we'll try to save costs and we'll end up losing it all? Maybe they are working class, they don't have time in the daytime. Instead of them to leave it till weekend, they're just trying to play fast. They try to save time learning in the night. And now, we don't know the months this matter is going to end.
All right.
Even if it ends in the place, the trauma is still there. Through somebody has died.
That's a matter of life and death.
It's very pathetic. I think we should learn from this. Sometimes trying to cut corners, do things, save time, you end up losing it all.
All right. Thank you. This is where we wrap up what's on your mind. Thank you all so much for calling to say what's on your mind and just sharing your thoughts with all of us, me and every other person listening to you right now on this dial, Today 95.1 FM. My name is Rona. Because sometimes some people call in and say Roland. My name is not Roland. It's not... I hear a lot of different variations of the name. My name is actually Rona, R-O-N-A, okay? Thank you. I just had to put it out there. Area Talk comes up by 7 and Eyewitness Report as usual by 8. Stay locked and stay with me.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Nothing like the good old classic music and reminding the new school of where it all started from. Get the best of classic old school music back to back.
Nostalgia Drive
from 10:30 p.m. to 11 p.m.
every Saturday
on Today 95.1 FM. Hear the bomb.
95.1 FM.
Catch the latest news, real talk, real stories, all on Today 95.1 FM, where you belong.
Music at NigerContent.com.
Bring it on, bring it on. You.
Is being a home to something you love and adore with all your heart, and that is what life
friendship, and love are all about. Maybe home is listening to all of your favorite shows on Today 95.1 FM. We create memories. We inspire comfort. We are the voice of the people, and we are home away from home. Yes, it's still Rona Agbara here in the studio, and it's still your favorite dial to the 95.1 FM, and this is now Area Talk. So we are done with Eyewitness Report, and we're now on Area Talk. Area Talk, things going on. You know, most of the time we talk about like issues around River State, but yeah, a lot have been said about this issue that happened here in Port Harcourt, about the woman who lost three of her children. So like we've talked about that all through the day up until this hour. So today we're talking about something quite different, but yet still concerns every one of us, and it still affects us. So yes, because these set of people that we're about to talk about, they are in every state in the country or in our economy, right? And then when you want to narrow it down, these set of people they form the basic, okay, a part of the basic, right? They're important. You can't overlook their importance in society, in leadership, in growth and development also. Even here, if we want to bring it down to River State, they have their own share or a part of growth and governance and leadership here in the States. So we're talking about teachers, and the reason why I'm bringing that on here is because of a statement made by NAPTIP about teachers. And so NAPTIP made a statement or a series of statements about teachers, and we all know the current situation or condition of teachers in the nation. Primary school teachers, secondary school teachers, even tertiary. I mean, we call them lecturers in the universities, but they are teachers also. The fact that they're in the university and they're called lecturers, yes, higher grade, but yeah, they're still teachers because they teach students there. We all know the condition of teachers there. We all know the condition of ASU right now, the stand that they're on, right? That the negotiation they've been having for 8 years now, it's still not been fulfilled according to how they want. And they are saying that it is not meeting their demand exactly as it should, that it was done in an uncoordinated manner, that they were supposed to be paid all of their fees. So we're not going into all of that details, but this is just like a background of, the situation of teachers. We know what the condition of teachers in primary schools, secondary schools, community schools are, where it's something happens and everyone is just seeing it as, well, this is not the first time we're hearing about it. But the fact that it's not the first time it's happening doesn't make it any less of a serious matter. We should not get used to teachers are molested, harassed, attacked, abducted, kidnapped, killed, beheaded. So it's no longer a serious thing because we hear about it every now and then. Within the week, we talked about the Oyo schools attack, the attack that happened in some schools in Oyo State, in Oyo, Ibadan.
right? And then we talked about how students and pupils were in school and they were abducted by people who came into the school with motocycles. And in recent development of that attack, some teachers were also abducted, and then news also got to us that, everyone knows that one of the assistant headmasters in one of the schools where that was attacked was beheaded. Teachers or from teachers. But then their welfare, safety, and concern is not, it seems like the expectations from teachers and what they deserve doesn't just tally. If you expect so much from a set of people, a group of people, then you should give them so much too. Teachers at this point are vulnerable. Yeah, teachers are vulnerable this period. And it's almost like the teaching profession is now a scary one. That as much as so much is expected of them, they are afraid. And our now tip comes to say that when it comes to trafficking of persons, teachers have a role to play in sensitizing children. Now they're talking about trafficking of children, and they say that teachers play the essential role of sensitizing children and giving them all the information they need to know about trafficking children or child trafficking. Now I'm asking, expectations on these teachers to sensitize children, teach them, groom them, because most of the time, for children growing up, pupils, students, they spend, we have 24 hours in the day. Some of these children spend close to 12 hours with their teachers in school. From 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4. Some schools close by 5. I think does not exaggerate. 10 hours in a day out of the 24 hours they spend at school with their teacher. Some of them come back from school and still have lesson teachers at home. Spend close to 12, 14 hours with a teacher, both in school and out of school premises. So the influence of a teacher on a child, which in turn translates to the society, is very high up there. And so the expectation that teachers play a very essential role, or should play an essential role in the life of children, pupils, students, even students in the university, which translates to better society, because most of the things that you're taught in school, you carry it into the society. If you don't have a good foundation, say the school you went to, teaching is not even their priority, you will carry that same lack of knowledge into the society, and you exhibit it in the things that you do in the society and the way you relate with people, things that you do, how you go about your life. If you had a very solid foundation in primary school, you were taught well, you learned how to read well, how to write, how to express your opinions, how to talk, you will carry that into the society, and that will affect your relationship with people, your conversations and communication with people, the businesses that you do too, because you can really tell the difference between someone who was really, who had a good foundation in school, who went to school properly and school went through them, from someone who did not have that privilege or opportunity, or had it and misused it. You can really tell the difference between two people in that manner. Now, if the expectation that teachers should tutor children, groom them, train them, teach them, instill morals in them, let them know what they should and shouldn't do, let them know the importance of this and that and that. If that expectation is on teachers so much, good and fine. It's not asking for too much that they do their job. But the ultimate question I'm asking now on this matter is, which teachers are they expecting to do these things? Which teachers are they expecting all of this from? Is it the teachers that are being attacked on a daily basis? Or there are some other teachers that are expected to do these things while the ones that are attacked, expectations are not on them? Because If you expect me, okay, let's say that, let me use another example. Let's say I am a maid in your house. I'm your housemaid. And your child is in my care. As I'm a maid, I am a nanny in that house. So your expectation of me is I should feed your child when your child is hungry. I should bathe your child or children. I should make sure that they go to bed when they're supposed to go to bed. I should make sure their breakfast is ready. I should get them dressed for school. My job, your expectation of me is I should do these things, help your child do the assignment, clean the house, wash the dishes, do the laundry, all of these things, keep the house tidy and make sure your child is okay, right? That's your expectation. But if you expect this much from me, you should do so much for me too. You should not owe me salaries. When I'm supposed to be paid, you should pay me as your child's nanny because you expect so much from me. My welfare and my well-being should be important too. If I am sick, you should be concerned because I am the one with the responsibility of taking care of your child and looking after your house. So if I am sick, you should be concerned too and ensure that you help me to get well and get better. The least you can do is maybe give me my salary so that I can buy drugs for myself, or help me get drugs if you can, if you are nice enough, right? You expect me to do all of the things I'm supposed to do. The expectations I should have of you too. You should also ensure that I am fed now. If I come to the house and I cook food, out of the generosity of your heart or the goodness of your heart, should you not say, oh, you can eat when you finish cooking, or take a portion when you are going back to your house? That's if I'm not a living maid or nanny. And the things that concerns me, if I have any concern that, madam or oga, please, there's no this in the house, there's no that in the house. Oh, I'm having issues with this. You should be concerned about it, right? But if you don't show any of this concern, my life is at risk, I am in danger, anything happens to me, you are not concerned. Should you expect so much from me when it concerns your child's welfare and your house and the looking after your house? Should you expect so much from me? Because if you're expecting that much, then you should be concerned so much too. You can't tell me that your maid, at the end of the month, you will not pay me after doing all the job that you expect me to do. When I'm going back to my house, you don't care if I even have a place to stay that is comfortable. That's if I'm not living in your house. Or say I'm living in your house, you don't even care if I have a bed in the room. You can send me out in the night to go get things for you. You don't care how I'm going to get to the place you send me to. You don't care how I'm going to get back. And you're still expecting that I'll be able to take care of your child, clean your house, feed your child, bathe your child. How am I going to do it? You see the example I'm trying to give? That's in relationship with the expectations that is placed on teachers. So which teachers are they expecting to sensitize children, to groom children, to train the children, to teach them, to lecture them, to instill moral values in these children? Which teachers are they expecting to do it? Is it the ones that are being attacked every day? Is it the teachers that are beheaded? Is it the teachers that are abducted? Is it the teachers that are kidnapped? Is it the ones that they are in school and they carry them from school to the bush? Are they the teachers that they expect to do the job or the role, play their role very well? Because it's ironic that you expect someone to do something and you're not doing anything for the person as you should, or you're not taking the person's matter as important and serious as you should. That news of that teacher that was beheaded, I didn't even know how to think. Like, beheaded. Like, just beheaded. If that teacher was in charge of, say, 3 classrooms and you have about 100 children under that teacher's care, it automatically means that teacher that was beheaded, the children under that child's care, let's say that maybe they're not able to, of course, the teacher is no longer alive to do the role or the duty that he or she, the assistant headmaster, right? Those children at that point, they are without care. That's role, that's space that teacher was occupying in the life of that children is now vacuum. It's now vacant, rather. Yes, it's now vacant. Who is going to fill in that space and play the role that teacher was playing or that assistant headmaster was playing? So as it stands now, that space is vacant. So is it the teachers that are being harassed that they expect to do their roles and play their role and do their duties in society and when it comes to the children? Who is going to sensitize these people? Or even, okay, let's say the others that have not been abducted or are not kidnapped, that are afraid to even go to the school, private, public schools. These are the ones that are going to school with fear, that they're expecting to do everything they're supposed to do. Now, I'm not saying teachers should not do their job. They should not, do their job to the later. That's not what I'm saying. But the fact that so much expectations are on them, it should also measure up with the care and the concern that they should have. Don't you think so? Let's see what NAPTIP says about child trafficking and teachers sensitizing children and then education. Let's see that one. NAPTIP says stronger teacher education to curb human trafficking. The Director General of the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, Binta Bello, has stressed the need for sustained education and capacity building for teachers as part of efforts to combat human trafficking in Nigeria. Sustained education and capacity building for teachers. That should also include the welfare, their well-being, their safety, shouldn't it? Or that one's not part of it. It's part of it now. It's all part of the capacity building for teachers and sustained education, because they hold a very valid position when it comes to educated children and the society. Bello said that preventing human trafficking through education and sensitization remain more effective than addressing its consequences after victims have already been trafficked. Yes, we can actually prevent trafficking when a lot of people are educated about it enough, because some people who are trafficked don't even have proper knowledge about this trafficking thing. So they are easily deceived. They are gullible because they did not get the right information, or they've not been armed with the right information they need to know about trafficking. So an ignorant child, someone says, I will take you abroad. I would, don't worry, you come abroad and be working. You work in a salon, or you do, sure you can do a house care job or care jobs. They'll just tell them whatever. As an ignorant child that doesn't know what trafficking is, have not been taught, or, has no knowledge about it, which is the role of teachers, such an ignorant child will fall victim. So it's easier that they get educated. It's a better preventive measure than waiting for children that have been trafficked and then they are brought back and then they try to rehabilitate them. That is even harder. So the best preventive measure is actually teachers sensitizing children about child trafficking. But which teachers are going to do these ones now? Abducted, harassed, the ones that are afraid, the ones that their welfare is not really considered, the ones that don't even know what next is going to happen to them. Are they the teachers that will do this job? Yeah? Let's read forward and go further. Represented by Director of Training and Manpower Development at NAPTIP, Ebele Olasi, the DG spoke on Tuesday in Abeokuta during the opening of a 2-day capacity building workshop of 150 selected secondary school teachers across Ogun State. The training themed mainstreaming trafficking in persons content into the revised national integration of anti-human trafficking education into the basic and secondary school curriculum. So they're trying to infuse this trafficking in persons, sensitization and knowledge of trafficking in persons. They're trying to infuse it into secondary school curriculum, trying to infuse it into primary school curriculum, so that even in primary school, a child of 5-year-old in primary 1 knows what trafficking is, because teachers are there to do the job, such that even a child in primary 2 can tell you what trafficking is and has examples of what trafficking looks like, because teachers are doing their jobs and teaching these children. In secondary school, a teenager should know that if someone tells you, I will do this and take you abroad, they should be able to tell that this sounds suspicious. This thing doesn't sound genuine. It looks like one of the examples I was taught in school by my teacher of what trafficking looks like. And so they know, they have that knowledge. It will be easier to prevent trafficking. You know how many teenage girls are sent out of the country to go do prostitution, to go do drugs? You know how many young adolescents, children, toddlers even, that are trafficked to wherever, to some of these heinous things that their madam or oga sends them to do? That's because they don't know. They have no knowledge about it. so they are easily fooled. Now, the workshop, they say, NAPTIP says, forms part of the School Anti-Trafficking Education and Empowerment Project, funded by the Netherlands government and implemented by the International Center of Migration Policy Development in collaboration with NAPTIP and the Ogun State government. Every state government should, of course, be interested in sensitizing school children, primary, secondary, tertiary, about trafficking. But as much as they should be interested, they should also be interested in the people who will be in the forefront teaching these children about the dangers and all the knowledge they need to have. Bello described teachers as critical stakeholders. These children, where are they? What is life for them like? Judging by the current state of teachers and schools and education in 2026, if you want to judge by what's going on right now, which teachers are going to be the ones sensitizing these children and putting it in the school curriculum? Is it the attacked ones? Is it the ones that are in captivity? Is it the ones that maybe just got released? Is it the ones that are still living in fear? Is it the ones that don't even know what's going to happen next? Even right to the universities, the ones that are still saying, oh, we've not been paid, all the salaries are supposed to be paid and all the allowances are supposed to be paid. The ones that are still saying, oh, all of the negotiations have not been fully met as they should. Which teachers are these expectations going to be put on? That's what I'm asking. I really want to know. Yeah. She said the training was designed to equip teachers with updated knowledge and skills on trafficking in persons content, recently infused into Nigeria's revised basic education curriculum. The workshop is designed to empower subject teachers to effectively deliver trafficking-related content to pupils and students because education remains one of the most powerful tools to prevent human trafficking. Agreed. Yes, education remains one of the most powerful tools to prevent human trafficking. No lies. But this education that is the powerful tool, and these teachers that are the stakeholders in the forefront of educating and sensitizing children when it comes to trafficking related content, are they okay enough to do the job? Are they protected enough to do their job? Are they catered for enough to do the work in a safe environment? Imagine they are teaching. Imagine you are in the school teaching a child. When a teacher tells you to do this, what should you say? Or imagine you're teaching a child, giving a child examples of, if someone says they want to take you so place and do this for you, do not follow a stranger. Make sure you are teaching them all of those examples about trafficking. And while you are doing that teaching, unknown gunmen or terrorists or bandits gets into the school and carries you, the teacher, teaching those children about trafficking. They just jack you like this and put you and take you away. How do you think those children that are supposed to be sensitized will get the information or get the right knowledge when in their presence they saw their teacher being taken away in a very what manner will I call it? How would the message get to them? How do you get the message across to their mind or harmed? Will do this job of sensitizing the children properly? How would they do it? Which teachers do you expect to do it? Even the ones that have not been attacked or that have not experienced any of these insecurity issues, they are afraid. So how is it going to work? How are they going to infuse this into the curriculum and get the message passed across to these children? How? And many of these victims are school-age children. Many of these victims that are trafficked are school-age children, teenage girls, teenage boys, adolescents, from the ages of 5, sometimes even below that, 6, 12, 15, 14, 18, 19. These are school-age children. They should be safe in learning environments, but instead they are targeted and exploited by traffickers. Yes. The people who are now expected to lecture them, teach them, groom them, let them know what trafficking looks like are in danger. So who is going to protect who now? Who is going to sensitize who? And how can somebody who is not safe sensitize someone else? Imagine that I am not safe. How am I going to tell you about safety? How? Should I not be worried about my safety first before I can come and preach safety to you? Or give you examples of how you should keep yourself safe? Is that not how it works? That's why we believe that leveraging on education to create massive awareness among these young ones to arm them with right information, she said. Now, the Director General recalled that NAPTIP's collaboration with the education sector began with the signing of a Memorandum of Understanding with the Nigerian Educational Research and Development Council in July 2014. She added that the second phase of curriculum enhancement was completed in 2025 to update and expand trafficking-related contents to reflect emerging trends. Life is a continuous learning process, and that is why we are here today to update your knowledge on everything concerning human trafficking so that you as teachers can cascade this knowledge down to our children in schools. By teaching trafficking in persons theme across selected subjects in primary and secondary schools, we aim to catch our children young. Catch them young, they say. But the teachers are being caught. It's not ironic that the people who are supposed to catch them young are being caught. They are catch. Now, they're supposed to empower them early enough to protect themselves and others, which is a very noble thing to do. Yes, it's a very noble cause that these teachers are expected to pass this on to children young enough while they're still young, catch them young, and arm them with the knowledge they need to know, empower them early enough to be able to protect themselves and be able to differentiate and decipher something that looks suspicious or not. Very noble of them to want to infuse this into the curriculum. Good, a very preventive measure. But who will do it? Who is going to do it? The teachers, right? So where are the teachers that are going to do it? Which teachers? Or are they selected teachers that are going to be given this responsibility? Does it involve only a selected few? Is it not teachers all over the nation? Yes, now. It's supposed to be infused in all curriculum in schools all over different states. But if these teachers that we're hearing in Ondo, in Edo, Delta, Rivers, Abuja, Borno, Benue, Kaduna, these ones were abducted, these ones were kidnapped, these ones were attacked, these ones were taken from the school, they were beheaded. If it's these ones, are they the ones that are still going to do this job? Beats me. She also commended the media for supporting public awareness campaign against trafficking. With your help, she said, schools can become early warning platforms and safe havens for vulnerable children. That's like the whole summary of this, because the news is very long. I mean, the news report is very long. So just keep, so that I can give you ample time to call in and help me. Tell me what you think. Help me answer the question. Which teachers are going to sensitize these children and catch them young and give them all the information about trafficking? Is it the teachers that are being caught that we catch the children young and tell them the differences between trafficking or not? Which one now? 08109510951. That's the number to call to give your to tell me what you think. Let me answer the question first. Which teachers do you think is going to do all these ones? Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, please.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, it's not only the ones that are taught in the school are called teachers.
Okay.
Their parents, in fact, the basic teaching starts from the home.
All right.
The parents is the first teacher that will teach the child, because there are a lot of things the teacher in the school will not teach you.
But we're talking about the education sector now. We know that parents have their roles, but we're focusing on education and curriculum.
Is formal and informal.
Yeah, I understand you. Yeah, got it.
Yeah, so when you're emphasizing on teachers have their rules and regulations.
Okay.
When they employ them, they give them the rules and regulations, banding the school curriculum and what.
Do you understand the question of which teachers are going to do all these things? Is it the teachers that have been?
There are people looking for jobs now.
Do you understand that? I'm not sure you really get it. The teachers that are being abducted now, kidnapped, beheaded, are they the teachers that are going to do this job, or they are selected ones?
People are being beheaded, others are applying.
So that means that people should not be bothered and worried about those other ones.
Not that they will not bother. You see, which teacher is going to teach? I tell you, people will come.
Okay.
There is jobless in the society.
Okay.
That man they beheaded. Somebody is applying for that vacant now.
Okay.
I tell you, people will go. You won't say because of war, but die.
All right. Thank you. Now, understand what I'm saying, right? I'm not saying that all of the teachers in the whole country are in captivity. But we understand that the bulk of teachers, and in different states in the country, we hear of abductions in schools a lot. Not one, not two, not three, not four. So the most of it that we hear are schools are attacked, kidnapped, teachers are kidnapped. Now, that teacher, that assistant headmaster was beheaded is just one out of the many. So when I ask the question of which teachers, I do not mean that there are no teachers anywhere anymore, but I'm saying that they expect a lot from all of these teachers. But if the security and safety and welfare of these teachers is not guaranteed, which teachers are going to really do this job and do it well? And even the ones that are not in captivity, they are afraid. So which of them are going to do it? That's the question, actually. Not that there are no teachers anywhere. So that's not it. So let's not mix it up. All right. So while we're giving an opinion, let's have that in mind. Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, this is Mr. Zion. Good evening.
Good evening. Welcome. Yeah.
Until we understand the concept of being a teacher and who is a teacher, what we normally see in a classroom that parade themselves as teachers are not teachers.
All right.
They are not teachers. These are people who have no job. They have looked for jobs, different places, and they found that government is engaging or recruiting teachers, and they found themselves in the classroom. Those teachers 10, 20 years ago that failed to carry out this curriculum you are talking about, look at what they have produced for us. Because they failed to carry out this curriculum, not just to teach them 1, 2, 3, and ABC, but also inculcate manner and values on them. If they have done this to these kids 10, 20 years ago, they will not be kidnapping people today.
All right. Thank you.
So today, the kidnap you are seeing now, we can only stop it if the teachers can go back to the drawing board.
All right.
A teacher is an anointing. It's a calling. If your spirit is not in it, you can never be a teacher. Inculcating values to these pupils and students, I promise you, in the next 10, 20 years to come,
all right,
you will not see kidnapping again.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing your opinion. 08109510951. That's the number to call to join in on the conversation and give your opinion about it. How that trafficking in persons, a lot of school children are being trafficked, school-age children, and they don't know. Some of these children are ignorant about what trafficking is. They have no idea. They don't even have an examples of what it looks like. So they're easy to deceive and just move about from one place to the other. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Miracle.
Rona.
Rona.
Yeah.
It's a kidnapping of teachers. I would like government to, to permit security. If they take security so serious in schools, all this kidnapping will not be. So, just like in those days, we have some community securities in our schools, government schools. But today, there is none. Even if the ones that is officiating, they are not even. They are ignoring. There is no tight security. Even the community policing can assist in all government schools.
All right.
You see, so that is why, to avoid, if there was security, I think that teacher wouldn't have been kidnapped. The one they beheaded. You see, so if we take security serious and make sure that all government school is fence them, put gates, use the community securities, local securities, let them be there. So that is it, so that it will stop. And,
all right.
And most of this civil defense should be also be allowed to secure schools. Civil defense, NFSS.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Hello. Good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Thank you. I want to be anonymous. I am a a student class teacher.
Okay.
And I studied BA, BD in linguistics, English.
All right, go on.
I am telling you that the government does not concern themselves to the welfare of the teachers. I remember when I was in primary school, our school classroom teachers have quarters they stay in. They have vehicles. They live very close to the school compound. They live in school premises. I want to tell you that a teacher died today from Adia State. She teaches at Howard, very close. She was going to school.
Yeah.
A mathematics teacher. And a vehicle crossed her on the road.
Oh, my.
Today. So what am I saying? The politicians eat their money and doesn't care about the teachers. And the teachers cannot devote themselves and give their lives where they cannot give. That is the point. If you watch all the private schools and even government schools, they don't employ those who are well trained to be teachers. They take every
Oh, your network is really bad.
Yeah, hello?
Your network is bad. Your network got bad at some point. But I got your thought already. Yeah. Thank you. Because it was really breaking at some point, so I don't just keep you talking or allow you keep talking while I can hear you. Okay? Thank you. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Sunday calling from Stafford.
All right. Go on, please.
Concerning this matter, which person, son or daughter,
Yeah.
brother or sister will say is the security to secure school? One, my Senate president, probably already said, it's few people that read it out, that after the election, in 2 weeks after the election, that this security will be off. So I don't know how I will hide myself because of this my country called Nigeria. I don't know.
All right. Okay. It's somehow Sha. Hello, good evening. Okay, but all right, just try to wrap up. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm wrapping up.
Okay.
How many of the schools have guidance and counselor? Even in state school, federal school, or even in private school, guidance and counselor as a teacher. That's duties or our duty is to guide and counsel the students concerning child trafficking.
All right, thank you. Thank you. All right. Okay. All right, thank you so much. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Rona.
Yes, please. Good evening.
Yeah, Reginald, I call from Tegoche.
All right, go on.
I think the issue you are discussing can only be taken serious when we have the people in government, when we have them and their children attend schools here in Nigeria, whether it's a public school or it's a private school.
Yeah.
If we have them, those of them that in the shadow of the governance of this country, you know that one of the core duties of government is protection of life and property.
Yeah.
And because they have failed in their duty, that is why we are discussing this issue.
All right.
But can only sit well if we have the children at high school here. There's no teacher that you have. Even if that person is a professional, matter how committed and dedicated he is in the profession, and his or her own security is not guaranteed. Even if he goes to the home, he wants to go and teach, and at the end of the day, where he goes to go and teach, he is secured. The children are not secured. what is he going to do?
That's it. That's a
If
question
our
too.
kids are not protected,
Yeah.
if the government are not doing the what are supposed to do to protect the schools, to protect the children and the teachers, then what will a teacher do? So everything lies on the hands of government.
Of the government. Yeah.
They know what
All
to
right.
do. They know what to do. They should do the right thing.
Okay. Thank
They
you.
should give us security. They should give those basic things that people that will make insecurity to reduce.
All right. Thank you.
Those of them that are carrying out these atrocities today, maybe if the government has given enabling environment for every business and they give the other
Thank you.
to try,
All right.
maybe they wouldn't have been in this thing.
All right. Thank you. All right. 08109510951. What's your opinion about it? What do you think about this matter right now? Judging by the state of teachers all over the country, different conditions, primary teachers, secondary school teachers, tertiary school, yeah, even. But I mean, we don't hear. Yeah, it affects all teachers in all sectors, in different levels, rather. But yeah, we hear about schools attack in different parts of the country. But yet, there are lots of expectations of teachers or from teachers. And then NAPTIP says that educating children, school children, about trafficking in persons is teachers play the significant role because they are the stakeholders when it comes to that aspect. They should arm the children with the right knowledge about trafficking in persons. That's like a very good preventive way to, when it comes to trafficking in persons. And we know that a lot of school-age children are being trafficked regularly, the ones that come on the news, the ones that we don't even hear about. But then I'm asking the question of if this responsibility on teachers to do this and all of that is, while it's a noble thing and it's not a bad idea, but which teachers are going to do this? Is it teachers that are being kidnapped and abducted on a regular basis? Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please.
I'm Edatuni calling from Umeru.
All right.
All these things we are commenting at the radio seems like we are joking.
I'm not joking, no.
We have seen four fire people and robbers, Yahoo boys. They can hold them. These people are there in the sky, which they cannot go and vandalize where they did. Government is not on it. Please, all the things they are saying. I'm never accept the government hand is not on it. Let them go and vandalize the people they are not on the sky. Thank you. They can hold other people. Person can do to 1 million, 3 million and this. They pardon them. They put the repented bandits. Eh? Is it not people supporting them?
All right. Thank you.
Let me.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. 08109510951. What's your opinion on this matter, though, that we're talking about? Yes, the government really can get to the root of this whole insecurity in schools and really put an end to it. Before we can release these school children, release also number of school children, release that number of school children, or release these teachers that were kidnapped, all these teachers that were abducted in this state. I mean, this message here says, Mr. Zion, in his usual way, has spoken so well, and I so appreciate him for his in-depth views and analysis, Honorable Marlon. All right. 0810. I'll be sure to read your messages, play your voice notes, or your WhatsApp messages if you prefer to do that one. Yes, that line is very open. To call in and join in the conversation, 0701 0810 rather 9510 951 0810 951 951. of the training was mainstreaming great anti-human trafficking education into basic and secondary school curriculum. And that's a noble thing. That's a noble one. Yeah, the school should be also a place for not just learning maths, English, sciences, also, basic life issues that they can encounter on a regular basis. And so if it's infused or integrated into the school curriculum, secondary school, primary school, where children are now armed with information about trafficking, they can now spot and detect when they are faced with similar situations or examples. Say someone comes to tell them about traveling abroad and it looks a little shady, because they've been taught in school and it's part of their learning, not, a part of the things that they are taught, not just the book work, also, examples of real life situations. They can be able to tell when something looks shady, when someone is trying to convince them into something that doesn't look genuine. They can now spot it that this person saying this thing doesn't look genuine. So it's a good way to prevent trafficking in persons, because we know that a lot of these people that are trafficked are children, and they are young teenagers that are supposed to be in secondary school, are people who maltreat their staff, maltreat their domestic staff. Now, I'm not saying, because of the maltreatment, you should now become wicked and evil to the children. But if you see a lot of people who are treated good and well by their bosses or their madam and oga, they put all of their heart into what they're supposed to do. If you see a happy maid, a happy nanny, you see the way they do the chores and the job in the work and in the house, they do it with so much joy because they are happy and they are okay and they are stable and they are fine. That's why I said, which teachers are supposed to do all of this? Is it the teachers that are being attacked daily? The fact that it has not happened to one other teacher here does not mean that's not what's going on. It's happening. And the fact that, that teacher that was the assistant headmaster was beheaded is just one out of the many. Is it the first that we're hearing? Is it the second? Is it the third? Or the school's attack in Oyo? Is that the first one? Is that the second? Is that the third? Is that the fourth? Is that the 100th one? It's just been a lot of news from one place to another. That's just one of the many that came out on the news. There's still so much that, happened that we didn't even bring on here to talk about. So, it should be a mutual thing. You do, they do. The government should ensure security in schools. We cannot overemphasize that. Isn't it better that the schools are safe, that they don't have to go release any child or children or teachers? Is it not possible that they don't even get kidnapped at all and abducted at all, rather than it happens first and then we'll now release security agencies and agents to go release them? We'll now start putting plans. The government start trying to make sure that they release the children. Isn't it not better the children don't even get kidnapped and the teachers don't get abducted in the first place? Prevention isn't no better than that when it already happens, you're trying to cure it. If you prevent an illness, it is better than getting that illness and trying to cure it. Really, that's just the whole point of it, though. This is where we'll wrap up Aerial Talk. Yeah, this is where we'll wrap up Aerial Talk. Thank you all so much for joining the conversation. Appreciate it. And on this Saturday, 95.1 FM, we appreciate it. Eyewitness Report will be here in a few minutes. And then that's where you bring all your reports as it concerns you, your locality, your community, your local government area. It may not even be particularly yours. I mean, the local government. It could be anything around River State that concerns all of us, that affects every one of us. It may be a major road that is not in your community, but as long as it's a road that is in River State, it concerns you and I and the government. So on Eyewitness Report to talk about all of that, where you call in to bring all of your report. Yeah. I'm still here in the studio, and please still stay locked on this dial. Still have many more packages on our shows for you. Good evening. I'm Rona Agbara.
in for a journey beyond the ordinary.
Fasten your seatbelt.
We are not just a station, we are the station. Today, 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
Looking to grow your business?
Ready to elevate your brand and reach the right audience? This is your moment to take your brand to the next level with Today 95.1 FM.
Your trusted voice, reaching thousands of listeners every single day.
From startups to established brands, we create powerful advertising solutions that boost your visibility and drive real growth.
Our affordable advertising packages are designed to give your business maximum visibility and real results.
Don't just advertise where people are listening.
Call us today on 0818-389-2850 or visit our station to book your slot now at Today FM Drive off East West Road, Obiapo.
Today FM 95.1.
Your voice, your market, your success.
What if the internet had a voice? What if we knew exactly what you love to listen to? What if we understood your vibe? Your voice, your opinion. Today, 95.1 FM. Today, 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
Under the glow of the very bright lights, I turn my face towards the warm night sky, and I'm not afraid of 1,000 eyes. And there above 500 smiles.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria.
To make sure that ordinary pipeline so is very clean and neat, and you see it. But where human beings are, no road, no water, even life, nothing. But this is where they are drilling the oil that is, the daily output of crude oil sales of the whole nation. Here is, this is where they got put. Well, it's in fact, it baffles me. And sometimes when I think about it, I said whether...
Yeah, it's really concerning.
Even if God... Hello?
Yeah, it's really concerning, though. I get your point. I get it. All right, thank you.
I can't comprehend it. In fact, I don't even know how to...
No road, no water, no light. So how people even... That's the point already. Like, thank you for bringing that up. But like, how are people even going to... What is survival like? Or what is the living condition like? No road, no water, no light. What is even going to... they've adjusted to the fact that that's how it is, or that's how it's going to continue. Of course not. It's not going to continue. It's not supposed to continue that way now, is it? I don't know how else somebody can imagine that. I got that big. Keep talking about these things though, because until we have stable electricity, water, good roads, healthcare, education, at least these 5 things I just mentioned first. If we have these 5 things first, though, amongst every other development that we want, it will still be a little bit easier. You have roads, you can move about, there's electricity to do the things that you need electricity for. Businesses will thrive. There's healthcare functioning well. People will not be dying and emergency cases being rushed from places to place. Education schools are working and have teachers, school materials. It will just... 08109510951. That's the number to call, all right? Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, please, welcome.
Yeah, my name is Robert.
All right.
Right?
Yes, this is Eyewitness Report.
Yes. I don't know. It's about this Element Junction. I don't know if the government has seeded this place to, to Agbon? Or is it that the government has succumbed that this place should be like this? Open defecation just now as I'm driving past.
Where? Along where?
Open defecation. Hello?
Along which road?
Eleme Junction.
Eleme Junction. They are just defecating
Yes,
openly
this
there.
Oil mill.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Open defecation. Left, right. Around where the chickens are being sold. Open defecation. I think the best thing to do there is put a police station there and then flood the place with light. I don't just understand. Sometimes I will be driving past. You will see two people chasing another innocent person. Perhaps the person is carrying bag, or you will see them dragging with the person's pocket. Sometimes I will just use my car to fake them, and they will, they will just flee, and the person will make his way around. It's too much, just too much.
All right.
The place is not safe.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's not even talk about the pollution, no. The safety, the pollution, air pollution, water, because some of those things will go into waterways. Yeah, some of those things get into the air. People that are even doing that thing openly, I don't even know what to call them. You see those people that just stay anywhere in the road and pee and defecate? I don't have words for them. No words. They are part of the problem that we have. You see some of these flyovers, you see the walls, those rails. Can't recognize it because some people have dedicated that place or that point or one junction as their loo. Yes, this is their convenience. That is where they've dedicated it to. It's crazy, oh. We're not even helping ourselves. We're not. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening to you. Welcome.
Mega calling from Ibechi.
All right, go on.
You see that place, the last caller just called now.
Yeah.
The place in Boston.
Yeah.
First, you cannot just pass that place. I thought it's only me that is noticing that thing. You cannot even walk ordinarily to pass that place. It just, you know the place they are selling chicken at Eleme Junction.
I don't know the particular junction though, but yeah, I know Eleme Junction.
I see they are coming from Aba Road.
Okay.
They want to divide to Eleme Road.
Okay.
That angle there.
Yeah.
They can't pass there. And that place is very dangerous.
Oh.
In the afternoon.
Yeah.
That place is very dangerous to pass. So, government should check what they can do to that place.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Yes, government should go there, find out how they can make that place better, right? The people too that are doing that are openly defecating there, should also be maybe a notice or a warning or a sanction or a fine or something should just be done. That anyone that is caught around there doing their business there, they will answer for it, because we'll not be tired though. That's the thing. Keep talking about it until we see what we want. That's when we'll know that, okay, we've gotten what we want and let's move on to the next. Because there'll always be reports to bring. Yeah, as long as we are living, there'll always be reports to bring. And that's why we have the platform here, Eyewitness Report, for you to bring it on here. Let's talk about it. Let the authorities that should know, River State government, the ones that concerns them, they should know. Local government, the one that concerns them, they should know. State government, federal government, the one that concerns each of these, levels should be aware. And, let the change that won't happen. The one itself that concerns NEPA, even. The one that concerns mobile networks. All of them. We'll just keep talking about it because we want better. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Yes. Okay, my eyewitness. I'm coming from Rumolide.
Okay, what's going on there? Yeah.
It was very good. Then yesterday, I think I got in and I complained about that road. Then I need to see what is happening there. I can speak to you now. You see the type of risk people are passing through. We have this giant truck that transport shipping. You know, this longest truck that is carry shipping, either from Raka or all these industries. About 2 of it now are back in that single junction. No any other small vehicle, no more keke, nobody can pass that with anything. Everybody is parking their car along the road.
All right. Yeah. Well, your network is breaking, no. Like, you're talking and it's distorted. I only got the part where you said your network is not so clear. I think I only got the part where you said everyone is parking their car along the road.
Okay, what I'm saying, that very road, Igu Junction.
Igu Junction.
Yeah, Igu Cement Junction.
Okay.
With the little rain yesterday.
Yeah.
The place is being shut down as I speak to you now.
The road is blocked.
There is this longest truck.
Oh.
That the unit transporting shipping from a shipping company. So
for transporting chicken.
That wants to bring shipping to the construction company.
Yeah.
These people take from Calvary Road. Just bank in that place.
Oh, okay.
So nobody, no vehicle can pass.
Oh.
No keke can pass. Everybody is fighting.
So are they like?
As I speak to you now, that is the situation we find ourselves.
It has been there since yesterday.
And we have so many companies in that area. We have so many companies. We have Vision, we have Igu Cement, we have LCC, so many in that place. But what do we do? This government cannot listen to us. That is what we are passing through on that road now. That's my witness.
All right, thank you. Thank you for bringing that report, though. Why did they even block the road with the truck? You said the truck that transports chicken, right? Has it been there since yesterday? So that rain of yesterday was serious in some areas. It was not so serious in this area, though. It was just, it was not really. So the truck that blocked the road now has been there since yesterday, even like till this point. So how they expect people, motorists and passengers, to ply that road? Or there's an alternative route you can follow? Even if there's an alternative route you can follow, should that road be blocked? It's not like, is the truck bad? That's what I didn't even get to ask. Is the truck bad? Is it like the truck is spoiled there, or the truck is just parked there because it's trying to transport chicken, like you said? 08109510951. Not your eyewitness report. Let me take this message quickly, and then I'll take this call coming in. Please, my eyewitness, good PM presenter. Please, my eyewitness report is the light that was restored in Nomagwa, in the Ikwere local government. In the Ikwere local government, Chairman Honorable Charles Wobodo did not get to Ngbogidi community. Please, you should do the needful and restore Ngbogidi light too. Okay, you mean the light that was restored in Omagwa did not get to Ngbogidi community, right? All right, Honorable Charles Wobodo should do the needful and restore light to Ngbogidi. Thanks from Wadu Godwin, aka Ngbogidi. All right, okay, I got that one now. From Caleb, construction of bridge. From Caleb, all right. Construction of bridges are valuable in Eche, in Omuma local government area. It's only one road that we are having in area constructed bridge, but that is not enough. There are other places that needs construction of bridges in the area to improve transportation of goods and services, and to help the people do their business. You mean there's only one constructed bridge in Eche and Omuma local government area? If I get this correctly, you're saying that other places need construction of bridges to improve transportation and movement of goods to help their business. Why is there only one bridge there, Seth, to start with? Hello, good evening.
Good evening, my sister.
Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Engineer Endurance Olewa, popularly known as something my studio.
All right. So, eyewitness report.
Yes, thank you, my dear sister. I think eyewitness report.
Yes.
My dear sister, if I begin tell you what in my eye see yesterday, if you eye the dirty, my eye go there, my eye the dirty where were yesterday. Now they come back from Ahoda yesterday, my dear sister. After coming back from Ahoda, after Rumodogo Junction, near that police certain point, where I see 6 able men. They are run into a tipper. Yesterday, all of them died yesterday afternoon.
Where did this one happen?
If we are going through this way now, from Choba going to Elele Azi, before Rumodogo Junction.
Okay.
Before Rumuji, when you get to Rumodogo, then you get to Rumuji Junction.
Okay.
The trailer, the tipper that used to carry sand, that they used to call it Oku, was turning.
Okay.
Turning. Instead of waiting for this motor that is coming from Choba as is to pass, he then now put and this one ran into them.
Oh, that's how it happened.
6 people.
Jeez.
50 men that are going to Bayelsa yesterday. All of them died at the spot. I just is waiting my eyes yesterday. We just clear, come down, 3 men.
Hey.
Boys, even if they 10 couple, no, they can't. But when you see the boys, when you see the men, then chop belly full, or in a twinkle of eye, everything vanity is upon vanity. Everything just capsized, boat capsized, they paddle, everything just sink. It's a shocking one.
Well, that would have been very terrible to see. Like this, I'm trying to even picture how the site would be. Okay.
Reaching house again, not quite some hours.
Yeah.
We got a call. Then we got a call that we lost my family brother. We got the call. What happened? Then he went to work somewhere. We ain't go also as the weather and the iron bender we in the work. We have been doing it and waiting in the work and I'm professional.
Yeah.
We don't know how much luck we just run out of him yesterday. Fall from 2-story building.
Oh my God.
And when you go, if you go to the site where they do the work, yesterday, he was alone in the site.
Oh no.
With only the security. And the security left him to go, according to him, to go and buy something and spend some hours. He fall, shouted and died there. Nobody to rescue him.
Oh my
Before
God.
the security go call, that body don't they rise. Just like that, in a twinkle, yes, there was
very terrible. Thank you. Thank you. It's out. I mean, this your report is really exactly. It's really terrible. Heartbreaking even. I mean, you just talked about the accident that happened there, the where you're going to Rumuji, and then this other one too. I think someone else also called to give that report of this man that fell from 2-story building while he was walking. Yeah, this should be the second call I'm receiving in that regard, and it's really heartbreaking because I don't even know how to feel about it or even how to express it. I let's take this message. Just do this 1 minute commercial and then we'll get back to Eyewitness Report. I'm trying to see if I can quickly take this message before okay. Hi Rona, the caller from Rumolimini meant stone chippings. Okay, because I was struggling to hear if it meant chickens. I was trying to say, do you mean chickens or stone chippings? The truck carrying stone chippings spoiled. Okay. I think this is better. I understand now. The truck carrying the stone chippings got spoiled since yesterday. This is coming from Rex and PH. All right, so that's why it's there. It's not like it just blocked the road. It was bad, but they should try and find a way to remove it from the road now because it's causing inconvenience for people plying that road. Let's do this commercial and then get back to the calls and get back to your reports. Good evening. Please stay.
I am really bitter, really bitter, crying out my eyes. One of my close friends and pal, a physically challenged man that has no mother, no father, no house, no wheelchair, that have died 2 weeks ago, has been a very big burden and wound in my heart. I don't know. Our God Almighty should console the physically challenged in Eche. His name is Mr. Horena. Just died suddenly. No helper, no mother, no father, no wife. Just abandoned this young man. Society doesn't assist. And when they are crying out for help, everybody looks eyes right. Nobody wants to assist. Finally, he has gone to be with the Lord. It pains me. I'm crying. The way and manner, if society looks at the physically challenged with levity, even when they're in penury, disease, and suffering, nobody cares. Nobody cares. The local government chairman paid deaf ear to our plea to assist physically challenged in the chair. He said he's doing Woto Road.
All right. Yeah, that voice note came very early. And that's a sad one, no? It's very sad that, I mean, judging from what you said and described him, a physically challenged, and then he finally passed. So, like, he was actually living a struggling life, and then eventually passed. That's a very, very sad one. There should really be inclusive or inclusion or inclusiveness when it comes to the physically challenged people living with disabilities. They're part of society too. They should get help as much as able-bodied people. They should be included in society and opportunities as much as able-bodied people should be. The fact that someone is physically disabled or has disabilities does not mean or doesn't make them any less of a human being. They're still very much a human. Should get all the help that they deserve to. May his soul rest in peace. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Yeah, my name is Honda for Jesus. I lost my brother yesterday, my cousin brother yesterday.
Oh, what happened?
Yeah, the one that's talking about now. They went to do iron bending.
Oh, the one that they said he fell from a two-story building. I'm so sorry.
My mother, my brother.
I'm so sorry. Yes, someone already called to bring that report. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's my brother.
That.
My mom from Emohua. Yeah. I lost him yesterday. We are there. My mother, who are brother, to bury him. We went to hospital. Look at Nigeria, no work. But the politicians, their children when they finish school, they give them work. But the school will go to school, finish school, university, will not see work to work. What is the meaning of go to university after finish school? Come on, see plenty graduates that finish school, driving keke, doing agile work. But the politicians, their children, doing office work. You don't even know to school.
All right. Thank you.
You went to school.
Thank you for. Yeah, I understand that you're really hurt. I mean, judging from how you're talking, and you're really hurt. I'm sorry about your loss, the loss in your family. I'm really sorry. This message here says, good evening Today FM. My name is Miriam Chitu from Rumodogo. Rumodogo community in the Moha local government area of River State. No community health center, healthcare center are basic necessities, not luxuries. We're calling on the right authorities, the River State government, local government and leaders, NGOs and well-meaning individuals to urgently come to the aid of Rumodogo people. Our healthcare center needs renovation, equipment, drugs and proper support, while deserves urgent attention to improve security and protect lives and properties. The people of Rumodogo deserve better. A healthy and safe community is the foundation of development. Please make government hear our cry and act now. Also, the poor condition of Ngbogizi Road is not accessible at all. Please let the relevant authorities do the needful. Chinemere Chitu for Rumodogo. I'm sure they're listening to you and local government, chairman, state government, individuals, NGOs, all of the people that you called on to pay attention to that one. Healthcare is what you mentioned, and the road, Mbogizi Road. All right. Hello, good evening.
Hello.
Go on, please.
Please, I'm not what I want to say. Please, this is a wonderful. This is a color of Please, let me say my eyewitness. I'm just talking about my cousin brother.
Oh, I thought that was what you wanted to talk about.
No.
That was like
no,
the
please,
thing you kept talking.
Okay.
Okay.
Deeper Life Road that helps the world politicians
Okay,
in
all right.
River State.
The Deeper Life what?
Yeah, this Deeper Life Road.
Yeah. Okay.
This road helps a lot. When they're walking this Port Civic Road, this flyover at Ozoba Junction. You know Ozoba Junction, right?
Yes, I do.
Yes. Now I can see that they are flyover now. They are opening from motor now, passing there now. We would have the road. Houses there. We cannot go our house. We cannot drive our car. Come and see that road now. That road was done by NDDC. This federal government have not done anything. In Mopana here. This federal government have not done anything in Mopana.
Thank you. All right.
That road now, they are not the Minister of Force.
Yeah.
Even they are not the road registration, River State, wherever everyone they are going, let them pass that road.
Okay.
That road was done by NDDC.
So,
that road now.
okay.
We cannot drive our car. And you know, we are in rainy season now.
Yeah, so it's really bad.
They look at children now, children going to school, they put their shoes, stocking, and put it in the water. When they pass there, they carry water and wash their leg. Is it good?
Of course not.
Is it good?
No. All right, thank you.
The whole people.
Okay, thank you.
This is what the police are doing. No good road. They are children outside country enjoying good road.
Now you've shared your eyewitness report, okay? Thank you. That road, Deeper Life, yeah? Okay. You didn't even tell, okay, the road is bad. Bad is bad. The extent to how bad it is should not even be the concern right now. If a road is bad, it should be fixed. Even if there are potholes or the potholes are not deep enough or the erosion gathers there or flood doesn't gather there, as long as the road has become bad and inaccessible, it should be fixed. We have just 5 minutes to wrap up the show. I'm trying to see how I can navigate the calls and the messages coming in. I'm trying to take as much messages as they come in and try to make sure that the calls, I can still squeeze one more. Let's just take these messages and then we'll get to one call or the other and then we'll get it off. All right, this message, I already took this message before. You're sending it again. I took this message before. Since the emergence rule, the lights have been off at location flyover. Okay, this is like recent. You're updating me about it, right? Since the emergency rule, is that what you mean? The emergency rule is what you mean. The light has been off at location flyover. That has been so long. That should be like since last year now. If the emergency rule is what you actually mean. Okay. Is this other one? Is this an eyewitness report now? Yeah. All right, okay, that other one is different. This one says, Governor focus on civil servants. What about local government pensioners? It should help them more. Since 2013, ROSG stopped payment. OT1 Boise, Overgo man. Local government pensioners have not been paid since 2013. That they stopped payment. So this is a call to River State government that they should know they're also part of the people that should receive focus or attention. Let's just take one final call because there's a commercial for 8:45. One final call and then I wrap up with that. I don't have time anymore on this show. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Yes. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, Frank calling from Bolorombo.
All right.
Yes, around eyewitness is still Bolu. I don't know what Bolu did to NEPA.
What happened?
We don't have light. NEPA is not giving us light. The NEPA normally brought things for us to pay where we are not seeing light. Is it good?
It's not.
It's very, very bad. I will pay for NEPA people. We don't see the light at all. And Odiwali Road. Don't know what our governor is going to do for us for that road. Rainy season is coming. All the shops along that road, water is entering inside their shops. Let's take government to grab us and come to our aid and see what to do to repair that road for us. We are begging, seriously begging. All of us from River State we did not come from Abia State or neither Bayelsa.
All right.
It's River State we will come from.
Yeah.
Let him come and help us, please.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. I think I'll wrap up with that report as my final report tonight. Yeah. Can I squeeze one more? Okay. I'll just take this final one. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, my sister.
Yeah, you're my last caller. Go on, please.
Yes, Kure is my name, please.
Okay.
My sister, my eyewitness is that when people, something which a constituency people can do, everything will work. And this one we are removed from this, we are crying. Why are we crying? We shouldn't cry. We should be happy for within ourselves. To me, I'm happy because when we are crying at that time, they are the one that we are singing songs. Say, as it is sweet me, it will pain them. As it will pain them, it will sweet me. That is the type of person I am. When people are crying, these people never listen to us. So if actually something that must governor do everything in the state, you have a local government chairman, you have a House of Rep, House of Senate. What did they do?
All right.
And they remove them. You are crying.
We have to go now.
Me. That's the type of person I am. Thank you very much, please.
Well, that was not even more like an eyewitness report, though. Okay, thank you. We'll wrap up with that. Thank you all so much for joining on the show. The thrill comes up by 9.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria.
Yesterday she was here, a lady talking wrestling so passionately. I'm sure you heard how she got into talking wrestling or loving wrestling. She's back, and together we're talking about so much about wrestling. Is it real or make-believe? Very straightforward questions that Amara Jennifer of Otube will be answering right here on Global Sports Update. My name is Godwin Enakana.
Now, another typical example was Bret Hitman Hart, the older brother, or you would say the elder brother to the now late Owen Hart. He was in a match, in a bout, and I've also forgotten who his opponent was. And we know that Hitman is someone who comes from a very deep, long lineage of wrestlers. I mean, it's so big, it's a big deal in the Hart family, so much so that they have what they call the Hart Dynasty. They have their own dungeon, they call it dungeon, where they train wrestlers. His father was a wrestler, himself, Hitman, was a wrestler, his late brother was a wrestler, their sister was married to a wrestler, that's the British Bulldog. Back in the day. So he comes from a very, and then some things McMahon, the owner of WWE, you know, the way he comes up with his script sometimes, it didn't sit well with, what's his name now, Bret Hitman Hart. And he threw in the towel, called his bluff, and walked away from the ring. And that earned him a sort of blacklist. Now, some people were asking at some point, because over time, Hitman was no longer graced the rings, and he was like a people's favorite. He was one of my all-time favorite as a child himself, and, you know, Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michael. But yeah, that particular singular act drove McMahon to like blacklist Bret Hitman Hart, because he literally went off the script. So yes, Godwin, to answer your questions, there have been times when people go off script, but that's usually very rare, and it takes someone who, I mean, not a nobody in the business apparently, because The Rock is a big deal. Hitman is a big deal. Another typical example of someone who went off script again is Stone Cold Steve Austin. Yeah. And that's why anytime it happens, he leaves. And then because of, being a fan favorite, the company it's like their hands are tied. Sometimes they bring him back and all that. So yeah, there have been situations where people or stars go off script. As rare as it is, it comes down, the hammer most of the time comes down, just like it did with Hitman. And of course, with Hitman, it was so hard that up until there was like he never fully recovered, his career in wrestling, with that singular act of walking away from the script and from the ring. So yeah, there have been times, very, 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 very few, but yes, there have been times when people go off script.
Now let's come to the Nigerian angle. Amara, Nigerians will be interested in knowing the Nigerians that are doing very well in the world wrestling. Is it entertainment you call it now, and what have you? There's a new kid on the block who is doing wonders. Talk us through this.
Well, yes, like you rightly said, we have a new kid on the block, Godwin, who is doing wonders, and in record time, you might want to add too, that's the person of Isaac Odugbeso, popularly known as Obafemi or the ruler. Now, this guy is a force to be reckoned with in WWE, most importantly with their NXT brand, because he's dominated that brand so much so he's the current NXT champion. And that is not even the wonders, attributed to him. He made an appearance, his debut at WrestleMania, his WrestleMania debut, so to say, the last just held WrestleMania 42, and it wasn't child's play. Now, he did something a lot of wrestlers over the years have been unable to do. He defeated someone who has defeated the likes of the dead man working, The Undertaker, who literally broke and ended the streak of The Undertaker. And the amazing thing about what Obafemi did was not just that he did it, but in the record time in which he was able to do the impossible, to pull the impossible, defeating the Beast, Brock Lesnar, is it 5 minutes? Okay. Now you're getting the picture. So yeah, he's of Nigerian descent, hails from Lagos. What he did at WrestleMania was actually what, drew the limelight in his direction and, got people talking about him, and people, got to know that he really was, made him popular, and of course, projected the fact that he was actually from Nigeria. But aside from Obafemi, we've had and still have a couple of other Nigerian wrestlers doing great for themselves in WWE. We have the likes of Omos, whose given name is Tolulope Jordan. He also hails from here in Lagos. He's also doing great for himself with the NXT brand as well. We have the likes of Idris Inofe. I hope I got that name right. He's also doing good for himself, also a Nigerian of Nigerian descent. And then we have another seasoned veteran in person of Apollo Cruz. Now, Apollo is not a newbie, okay? That name, I'm sure for people who follow wrestling, it's not a name that you just stumble upon. If you know wrestling and have been following wrestling, I'm sure you've come time and time again, in contact with that name. But then the thing about Apollo Crews is that when he started off his career with WWE, a lot of people didn't know that he was of Nigerian descent. In fact, it will shock you to know that it was towards this later part that people even got to know that he was of Nigerian descent. All the while, people were speculating. He could be a Black American. He could be from any of these colored nations or Black nations. But a lot of people didn't finger him to be a Nigerian, but he really is of Nigerian descent. It's just that sadly, with the new court made by WWE, I think, was that prior to WrestleMania or immediately after WrestleMania thereabout, he was cut loose. I wouldn't want to use the word fired, but he's been taken off their list. So he's no longer with WWE. But yeah, while he was there, he was a force to be reckoned with. And that's why up until date, he's still referred to as a veteran, a seasoned wrestling veteran. And yes, he was equally of Nigerian descent.
Amara, before I let you go, if we all agree that wrestling is make-believe, as it were, the victory of Obafemi over the powerful man, don't you want to believe that that was one of the scripts in wrestling?
Godwin, you just had to do this. You just had to ask this. You just had to go there. Oh, okay. Well, if you look at it critically, for someone who follows wrestling, someone who's been following wrestling for a very long time, and someone who, to a large extent, understand the business of wrestling, yes, it was scripted. From where I'm sitting, it was scripted. I'm thinking, okay, that probably the creative writers, the people behind the scene who come up with the scripts that these wrestlers actually come out to play out in the ring, probably Brock feels it's time to, lay this aspect of his life to, lay to rest, sort of to retire. And then they had to spin it. They had to come up with a very catchy, a very dramatic way. And then, there's this thing about one leaving the scene, another king coming. It's just like what they say, a king stands, another king sits, or it takes a king to dethrone another king. So that's what I'm feeling came to play at WrestleMania 42 with the victory or the defeat of Brock Lesnar by a newcomer such as Obafemi. Now, having answered that or having said that, personally, I would really want, again, the script writers to actually come up with something unique, something great for this young champ, because it's going to be awful. It's going to be bad for him to defeat someone of Lesnar's pedigree and not achieve something with that fame and with that accomplishment, with that achievement of being the one to lay him to rest. Because apparently, the way Lesnar left the ring, leaving his gears behind, signifies in wrestling that someone was actually, giving up. Okay, so that's why I'm, tilting in that direction. So I would really want the creative writers, the creative hands, to really come up with something massive to see how far they can push this guy to become maybe the next Roman Reigns, Seth Rollins, someone who is going to be relevant, not someone who is going to be a one-hit wonder. Okay, not just because he's of African descent or a Nigerian descent, but because for him to have been singled out to, and they feel he's good enough to be the one to play this role, I mean, they should be able to, take him all the way to the top. So I really would love to see what next they have in store for Obafemi. And right now, he's still basking in the euphoria of the moment, his accomplishment from WrestleMania 42, but beyond all that, a mess on the part of the company and the creative writers.
Well, Amara Jennifer Ofotube, thank you so much for your time. The wrestling queen who does not wrestle but talks wrestling with her mouth. Thank you again for being part of the show. God bless you really good.
Thank you so much, Godwin, for having me. It was really a pleasure, just as always. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Amara. Thank you so much. We've done justice to this discussion. I wish you all the very best. Keep enjoying wrestling. Keep spreading the gospel of wrestling, that it is entertainment more than some of the stunts that you get to see. My name is Godwin Enagna, Global Sports Update. God bless Nigeria.
Unleash the power of the airwaves with the ultimate radio experience. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people. Don't just listen, immerse yourself.
That is 100% true.
Medicine when they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support the country healthcare system. Country man, correct holistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is our forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become obarugba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices way near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now you.
Hello and welcome to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This runs on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. Our topic of discussion is infertility, and I have with me in the studio Dr. Otumba Abiodun. Sir, you're welcome to the program.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Infertility is seen in couples whenever a man and a woman is able to stay together for at least 1 year, which is equal to 12 months, without being able to get pregnancy so that they can get fruit of the womb. It is of two types. We have primary infertility, and the second one is called secondary infertility. Primary infertility is seen when a man and a woman have stayed together for at least a year and they are unable to conceive. But in secondary infertility, a man and a woman have been able to have issues or to have even only one, but they intend to get more, which is not forthcoming. That is secondary infertility. So whenever there is infertility, it is very important for the two to join hands together and go for investigations. What makes a man the father of any child is the quality of the semen coming from the man. That a man is able to perform doesn't make him the father of any child. What is coming from a man is gotten from the testicles. In some men, the number of sperm cells can drop, a situation that we call oligospermia. In some, the cells may not even be there at all, a situation that is called azoospermia. Some men do experience a situation where what is coming from them is nothing but only water. All the qualities are not there. There are many factors that can make a man to come under these conditions, part of which is drug abuse. There are some medications that some men do take that are spermicidal. That is, they are killers of the cells that makes a man the father of any child. Not only this, it is possible when a man is exposed to very high temperature, particularly the private part, for the cells to die or get weakened. And that is why the nature in his mercies did not put the testicles inside our abdomen, because the process of spermatogenesis does not require very high temperature. That is why they are kept in the sac under there, so that the temperature can be a mild one. Not only this, infections that men have suffered from, whether in the past or in the recent, can also destroy all the cells. Even some before their puberty, if they suffer from mumps infection, a viral infection, it can destroy all the tissues that are supposed to produce the cells. Some do suffer from sexually transmitted infections that have been able to get deep into the testicles and destroy all the cells. At times, hormonal imbalance can also affect the quality of semen a man produces. All this can make the man to be the cause of infertility in his family. In women, it is possible for challenges to also result from infection. Infections that are poorly treated in women can make a woman to suffer from serious lower abdominal pains, which can spread upward and tend to block the fallopian tube. In some women, drug abuse can be the challenge. Some women, without even having any issue, they take to lifestyle of taking contraceptives, pills, or injections that they use to prevent pregnancy without having any issue. And these can cause hormonal imbalance and disrupt all their fertility profile to the extent that when the time comes that they have the desire for this, they may not be able to get it. Not only this, some have done repeated abortions that perforate the uterus, or the uterus has been destroyed, all the layers are not complete again. Under that condition, when a woman conceives, in less than 8 weeks, it will drop. Some have fibroid, a mass growing inside the lumen of the uterus that is not giving enough space for pregnancy to grow to maturity. And that's why we say, under this condition, we have to first agree on how to get out of the challenge. And how do one get out of challenge? It is by visiting a competent healthcare giver who will be able to do investigations and know what the root cause of the problem is. It may be from man, it may be from the woman of the house, and at times it can be from both of them. But once the root cause of the challenge is determined, the way out will not be far-fetched. Anytime there is infertility in families, we do advise that mutual understanding is very important. For more enlightenment and advice, the number you can call is 080-33-111-946. 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080-33-111-946. Thank you.
All right. You've been listening to the program Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Roots and Herbs is put together and sponsored by Herbal Heritage International, also known as Baba Yoruba. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080-33-111-946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Let's take our sponsor's message. Don't go away. We shall be right back.
Herbal Heritage International, the Gokoroko for herbal medicine where they produce strong, correct medicine. They take it, they support with country health care system. Quatliman, correct bekelistic ogbonge herbal medicine. They we know they come out for public anyhow like a big basket. Full ground as every Christmas have been boundary. Sickness self sabi medicine will pass them. After all, monkey smart now because tree near tree is a forest. Heritage International go use the technology of computer testing machine to see and know before attacking that your health condition. We don't become Ogbarogba for your life with the correct treatment. Therefore, whether definition or without definition, make you visit Herbal Heritage International. Offices were near you. Herbal Heritage International. Now
You're welcome back to Roots and Herbs. Roots and Herbs is a program that discusses health-related challenges and suggests possible ways out from the herbal medicine perspective. Baba Yoruba is currently having a special promo package. This promo package will give you the opportunity to enjoy 50% discount on all their products and services. This offer runs while the stock lasts. And at the same time, it will give you the privilege of meeting Baba Yoruba himself at number 24 Ikwere Road, Mile 1 by Education Bus Stop, Port Harcourt. For details and inquiries, the telephone number to call is 080 33 111 946. I repeat, 080 33 111 946. 080 33 111 946. Until we come your way again, remain blessed.
And that was a paid infomercial.
Get ready to feel the rhythm, the groove, and the true vibes of Africa. This is not just music, this is high life. From the legends to the latest, we're bringing you the best of palm wine grooves, jazzy horns, and soul-stirring melodies.
That song from Yinka Ayefele. Yes, always good with High Life. Yes, we're doing Yoruba High Life this evening. Welcome to the thrill on this dial today 95.1. All right, what's on the table this evening? This one is a bit about, it is a bit family centered, but then a crime is a crime, whether it's family centered or not, whether it's a domestic one or social one, or a crime is a crime. So, yeah. I don't know if I should, start analysis or just get right into it, but yeah, let's just dive into it. A police arrest a son over a father's kidnap. A son was an accomplice. Yes, a son was an accomplice to his father's kidnap, and they demanded 6 million naira as ransom. I don't understand how that. We are saying, for outsiders are committing this crime of kidnapping and abductions. Now, even within the family now, family members will kidnap family members and demand ransom from family members. A son ganged up with other people to kidnap his father, his own father, and demanded 6 million naira from the family as ransom. What level of family fraud? What makes people who do these things do it? Is it hardship or just evil? You join other people to kidnap your father and demand 6 million naira ransom. How much are you looking for that would solve all of your problems, that would make you kidnap or join people to kidnap your family and then demand money from the same family that you're from? It beats me. The force headquarters has recorded another operational breakthrough, but thank God they've been caught or they were arrested. The two of them recorded another operational breakthrough with the arrest of 2 suspects, a son and his nephew. So it's all family members. The whole operation, the whole kidnapping, it's within the family. You know what they say now? Who know man, they do man. That the worm that eats the corn is inside the corn. Now, begins to sound like those, our fathers and mothers with all of their proverbs and parables. But really, the worm that eats the corn is inside the corn. So, a son and nephew gang up together to kidnap the father of the boy, the son, and then they demand 6 million naira as ransom from their own family. Oh my God, dude. Kidnap your father with you and your nephew gang up, kidnap your father, ask your family the 6 million naira as ransom. Of course, they wouldn't know that it was the family member who did it until they were arrested. So you call the number and you act like the kidnappers demanding for ransom from your family. And so when they deliver the money to you, you release your father. Of course, he won't know that it was done by his son and nephew. And you live with it and share the money equally and be happy that you've done something good, or it's hustling. You are trying to hustle. The two suspects were arrested, a son and his nephew, and collected over 6 million naira ransom in separate extortion from their family. Different extortion from their family. First Public Relations Officer DCP Anthony Okon Placid, in a statement on Tuesday, said they have been charged for criminal conspiracy. Because that's criminal conspiracy, that's kidnapping, that's armed robbery. All three in one. Yes. Extortion, conspiracy, criminal conspiracy, kidnapping, armed robbery, everything together. That's what they did. An unlawful possession of firearms linked to a violent syndicate operating within Kaduna State and adjoining communities. The suspect in custody, Yusuf Rabo and Musa Adamu, were arrested following investigations into the abduction of Alhaji Rabo Jelani. So this one happened in Kaduna State. They kidnapped their uncle and they demanded, that's the nephew now, it's his uncle. Then the son, his father. Investigations revealed that Yusuf Rabo conspired with Musa Adamu and Ali Haruna, the victim's grandson, who is currently at large, to abduct the elderly victim for ransom over claims that he possessed substantial wealth and livestock. And so your father has so much money, you can't ask him for money, or maybe you ask, he didn't give you. So resorting to kidnapping him and demanding the money or demanding ransom is the way to go. And then to the nephew, your uncle has so much money, he's wealthy, and he has livestock and properties. So let's kidnap him and get the money from him. Even if your uncle decides not to. Now, I know that there are wealthy relatives that have so much money, but they do not help anybody. They don't help anyone in the family. My uncle is so rich, my auntie is so rich, but they don't help anybody. They don't give to anyone. They don't train anybody. They don't sponsor anybody. And they have the money like water, like money in water. And they are not doing it for helping anyone. But does that give you the right, or does that make it justifiable to keep that money from them that they refuse to give me willingly? A lot of people are so entitled. Now, I know that there are expectations of, my uncle is rich, he should be able to, I just have expectations that he should help me. And there are expectations of, my auntie has so much money, she's a big woman, she has properties all over, scattered all over the state, and why is she not helping me? Is she not supposed to do? Yes, there's that expectation that comes with family. If this person doesn't do this for me, I will get it any other way out of this person. So even if it means putting the person in harm just to get money out of the person, cough up money from this person, I'm willing to do it. That's the point I'm trying to pass. Like family fraud. Why are you trying to extort money from a relative? You are ganging up with people to kidnap your uncle, your father, your mother, your sister, your auntie, your sister's husband. Because we hear cases of someone was kidnapped, but it was not an outsider. When they finally get hold of the person, they discover that it was the sister to the brother's wife, or the brother to the sister's husband. It's just within the family. We're dealing with outsiders doing this kidnapping thing. Now, family members are now getting involved, kidnapping their own family, extorting money from them. Investigations reveal that Yusuf Rabo conspired with Musa Adamu and Ali Haruna, the victim's grandson, because the victim he possesses substantial wealth and livestock. Further investigations established that the syndicate procured and deployed multiple AK-47 rifles to their operations, with Ali Haruna allegedly supplying one of the firearms belonging to his father, while additional weapons were sourced by other members of the gang. One AK-47 rifle with an empty magazine was recovered during the operation. Findings reveal that the victim was himself. The first abduction was reportedly yielded a ransom payment of 2 million naira. So the first one they did, they got 2 million naira, while a subsequent operation generated 4,500,000, 4.5 million. So altogether, 6.5 million is what they got. The syndicate also has been linked to other violent crimes within the area, including the kidnapping of a trader identified as Mr. Ike and an armed robbery attack along the Kagoma axis during the commuters disposed of cash and valuables. Efforts are ongoing to apprehend the fleeing suspects. So one of them fled. Yeah. So they're still trying to get that last one. But yes, they've arrested 2 of the suspects out of the 3 of them, and they have recovered additional weapons and exhibits connected to the crimes. The Nigerian police force remains resolute in dismantling kidnapping and armed robbery networks across the country and assures members of the public of sustained intelligence-led operations against violent crime group. my own issue is kidnapping happening by outsiders and strangers is a thing that we know now. Family members are now joining outsiders to kidnap their own family to get money from their family members as, ransom money from their family. So cousin and nephew and son gang up together with outsiders. Let's kidnap my father. My papa has money. He has properties. He has livestock. He has wealth. Let's kidnap him. We'll call the family. I have number that you call. You call them and tell them that he has been kidnapped and the family will raise a sum of 6 million naira. When they bring the money, we'll release him. What level of entitlement will make somebody now say, my uncle, my auntie, my relative has money, so let me kidnap the person so that I can get money off him? If you asked or you begged your relative or uncle or father, whatever, for money, and they did not give you, so going through the back door to kidnap them to get that money is now the way to hustle for money. Because I'm trying to understand what will be in the heart of a family member to do such a thing. It's not new though, yeah, but it's really worrisome. It's disturbing that people are really genuinely hurt by kidnappers, and people are really kidnapped and their family members are called to pay a ransom and they have to call on Nigerians. Some people even post account numbers for the public to help support raise money just to release their family members or get their family members back home to safety. Yes. Now, family members have now taken that as a way to get money. So you want to hustle. The only way to hustle is to do that. Thank God that two of them have been arrested. The son and the nephew. So the grandson will still be caught. Although he fled, he will definitely be caught. Because those two will have to fish out the other one. But why? Why though? How much satisfaction would you get knowing that this is what you did to get the money? People no longer care how they make money. No longer care how you get money, as long as you can find a way around it, even if it means hurting somebody or putting people in harm's way. They don't care. Country is hard, life is tough, so that's the only way to make life easier and better. Let's do a 5 minutes break. Come back from that one. I would like you to contribute to the matter. I'd like to add your voice to it. I want to play this song also from Yinka. You feel it? Many people say, yeah, trying to get that one, and I'll get the remix. That's the one he did with Adekunle Gold. Yeah, please stay with me.
Where news meets insight, sports meets passion, and entertainment meets excellence. Expert analysis from seasoned professionals and our top analysts, informing, educating, and entertaining you. Your voice, your station. We are the voice of the people.
Many people say.
Voice, your opinion. Today 95.1 FM. Today 95.1 FM. We are the voice of the people.
Live from the Garden City of Port Harcourt, Nigeria. This is Today 95.1 FM.
All right, that one just played Yinka Ifele, Dekle Gold, and Adewa Many people. Many people do a lot of things though. Especially in this present day Nigeria. Many people do a lot of things. But I see this family fraud is something that I can really not understand. It's something I can't even wrap my head around, that why someone from a family would connive with outsiders. Family members connive with outsiders to kidnap a family member, to extort money from the person. And you think that you get away with it. You did the operation successfully, 6.5 million naira copped out, but eventually you were arrested. One other person fled. Grandson, son, and nephew kidnapped their father. So it's the father to the son, uncle to the nephew, grandfather to the grandson. They says he possesses a very huge amount of wealth and livestock. So they decided to get their own share of his wealth, kidnapping him and demanding ransom from family members because he possesses substantial wealth and livestock. They decide to kidnap him and demand money from the family, ransom. They actually got the money, but then they were arrested by the police. And this happened in Kaduna. What do you think about family fraud? Family kidnapping. Kidnapping is not something that should be taken as... it's not a light matter. People who have experienced it, people who have had family members kidnapped and they had to raise a huge amount of money, millions, to get their family out of harm's way back home to safety, they know how serious that matter is and how traumatizing it is, and it was for them at the time they were in that situation. And someone will just wake up and say, my father or my uncle or my auntie is a big woman who has money, wealth, livestock, properties. Let's get our own share of the money. Did you work for it? Even if the person is your relative, that makes you entitled to their money or their wealth to the extent that you will do anything to get it. So you cannot ask them, look for a way to solicit for the funds that you want or money, try to beg. And if they refuse to give you, other people, the way life works, sometimes it may not even be the family members that you put your hopes on that will really help you in this life. It may not even be the people that you are looking up to, that they have so much money. They may not even be the one to make your life better. It may just be strangers who will come to your aid more than family members. So if they decide not to help you, should that make you or push you to say, I must get my own share of this money any which way? I must get a part of their money. I must hustle. So that's the hustle that you think is best. Thank God they were caught. Thank God they were arrested. Well, 510951. There are just ways that these people, crime really has no limit though. Because when you're talking about this one today, tomorrow, and that one is coming up next. Yesterday we talked about fake alerts, fake transfers, and all of that. That one's another part of this whole crime thing. People are just doing different things to get money. So you just sit and say, how do I get money? How do I get money? How do I get money? And the only thing that enters your head is crime. How do I get money? Steal. Let me go and steal. How do I get money? Let me try to get that family member. How do I get money? Let me do fake orphanage. How do I get... Why is it that it's only those evil things that enters the minds of people? Some people, there are people who still hustle legitimately, and I applaud you. I am happy for you that you decide that the path that you're going to toe to make your life better is the legitimate route. That's the route that you will follow. God bless you. But the most of Nigerians, okay, let me say the most so that I don't exaggerate, but a lot of Nigerians that are looking for better life or looking for a way to get out of poverty or how to get money are doing it through hook or by crook. Any which way now way. Any which way no be way. Any which way no be way. The right way is the right way. The wrong way is the wrong way. Even if everybody normalizes something wrong, it doesn't make it any less wrong. Wrong is wrong. Bad is bad. Even if everyone decides to start doing it, doesn't make it right. 08109510951. That's the number to call, though, to give your opinion and what you think about it. Family fraud. Defraud your family. Outsiders will do it. You too, insider, you still do it. You join people to do it, and you feel good about yourself. How does that even work? 08109510951. That's the number to call to join in the conversation. 07019339962. That's the number to send a text message or WhatsApp message or voice note to.
Onabonye kwa ka owalo mmemme ka njuzia onabonye kwa ube owalo ka na soro njuzia nyaka nji wesi onye n'ụwa na ụmụnne m no ife onye mene n'ụwa nne m odele ya no ife onye mene n'ụwa nne ya abatụ ya iba 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 iba.
Don't get carried away and forget that we're still talking. Yeah, so we're not just doing the whole highlight vibe. I'm forgetting that we're having the conversation, or we just had the conversation. So yeah. And what do you think about family fraud?
Good evening, Roland. I hope I pronounced your name well today.
My name is Rona. I corrected it the other time that it's not Roland. Rona. Rona. Okay? Thank you.
Roland. I hope I pronounced your name well today. Billion. For me, you can commit crime. Yes, commit crime. Let in fact also search himself whether get bad character, get in character is lifestyle is straight. Because I don't see how the child and the relative will conspire to do kidnapping. It's a crime against state. So they should go for it. Government is against it. It's nothing like family affair. It will go to court. Yes. As far as the police is involved, kidnapping some state itself, they want to turn it to capital offense. So he committed a crime. Nothing to justify it. It's not a child's play. Some parents should check their character they live, the lifestyle they live, because a snake will only give birth to a long thing. Yes, it cannot be a snake. It give birth to bats. It's not possible. So that is it. That boy commit crime against state, so he will go to prison.
All right, thank you for sharing that opinion. That's why I said a crime is a crime, whether it's family concern or society, it's a crime. Kidnapping is kidnapping. You kidnapped your father because you wanted to collect money from him. It's still a crime. Hello, good evening. Good evening, welcome.
How is well?
Very well, thank you.
Is this calling from again?
Okay, go on.
I want to send you a message to the man trying to pay for that weekly program, that weekly affair when they do. There is one man there that is, I think that man is federal government.
You want to send a message to who?
The man trying to pay.
This is not the platform for it. Now you call in the morning on the morning show. Now that's where you call and talk to whoever you want to talk to on that belt. I don't work that morning belt, so you should send your message at the time when it's on in the mornings. Okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
0810-951-0951. Hello, good morning. Good evening. See, that one was put morning in my mouth. Good evening.
Good evening, Rona.
Yes, please.
This is Honorable Chris. I'm calling from Port Harcourt.
Okay.
You know, there is something we call family upbringing. See, I grew up seeing my parents going to church very early in the morning. You see, once my mother or my grandma tie the first piece of wrapper, the second one, you, the child, you have not finished up. Make sure that if it's only one shoe that you could be able to put on, it's only that one shoe. You will take them until
and that's
my
how
grandma,
you come out.
That's how you go. And as soon as my grandma drag you to church, you hand you over to one of our elder.
Okay.
That the elder know what to do about the justice.
Okay.
See,
so
this kind of news that son
kidnap
his father.
Mm.
And maybe if it's something they are even contributing money self, he will still follow and contribute. Okay. I don't really understand what some of our children are turning into.
Exactly.
This Gen Z generation now, when we during our own time, or even your uncle, not even your father, your uncle see you with egg, you will explain how that egg managed entire. But today, a child of 2 years will stand in your presence and eat like 4 eggs. And if you complain to the mother will tell you, leave them, children. Okay. Who are you to chop eggs?
Wahala. Hello, good evening.
Hello, Auntie Rona.
Yes, welcome. Welcome, sir.
This is George calling from Oregon.
All right.
I see, Erona, a crime is a crime.
Yes.
No matter who commit it. Do you know that some crimes can lead for assassination and killing? Let me tell you one story that happened in my place. All these boys, all these men, you know what they normally do? When they come, they group themselves together. They'll be going to their various father's house. So when they go to this one house, this one shot the other one father and killed that one. Then the other day, this other one was even waiting. The day they'll go to the other person's house, they also go in quest of money.
Hey.
They also go to that one and kill the father. That was, did I tell you to kill my father? This one say, you're not the one that killed my own father. I'm telling you a life story. What I told you is just the rest story.
All right.
So that is why they now devise another means of collecting money from people, from their father through that dubious way, which is very bad.
Exactly.
So I think if not that our government is not, our institutions are not working very well. If not, so that thing, they should even have a capital punishment against that young man that did that, because it's a very big crime.
Yes, kidnapping is kidnapping.
Not, okay, what if now they not send that money?
Yeah, what if what if they had not gotten the ransom money?
All right. Thank you. That is the thing. Some of them don't even have sense. They are working with their stupidity.
Exactly. Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Welcome.
My sister.
Yeah.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
It's Oti Wabeze Obogoma.
All right, go on, please.
My sister, evil will never end. We are in the world that Satan is controlling. If not, how can a son or an uncle go organize that type of thing? This world, I will know that Satan is controlling the world. And evil will never end until when God has decided on what he will do on the earth he has created. But for evil to end, no way. Instead of it to end, it will be increasing. Bible has said it.
All right.
It will be increasing.
Thank you for your opinion.
Let us not cry. Let us get watch of ourselves and with our children. That's all. You have to take every step to understand your child or the friend.
All right, thank you.
That's the only thing. For evil to end, no way.
Okay. Upbringing, how the family setting is, how they grew up, or the father's like. But even if the family, a crime is a crime. That's what I started with. Even if it's your father, you did it to your mother, your cousin, your uncle, your husband. A crime is a crime. Even if it's the family setting on society, it is. Kidnapping is a serious offense, a serious crime. And I'm trying to even see why you would kidnap your father, connive with your nephew to do it, because he has substantial wealth and livestock, or to collect or to beg. It's to kidnap and ask for ransom. Say, call my family member. I know who you call to get the money. They have money, they will pay. I'll just squeeze in this final call and then wrap up. Just a minute. Hello, good evening. Hello.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Christina.
This is Rona.
Hey, well, how are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Go on, please.
Yeah, my name is Musa Mohammed. Guys, I hear your thoughts, guys. Somebody.
Please try to hurry up before 10. Yeah.
He just said that person, now his father.
Now your father.
I just said his wife never go to collect another person belly to come born for the father that became.
Okay.
If in your really blood of your father, the father really blood way boy you, you can't do that something for that your father at all.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for sharing your opinion. But it's interesting to know that family members, real blood, do these things to themselves. Brothers kidnap brothers. Sisters kidnap, real blood family members. People do it, but it doesn't make it any right. Thank God they've arrested 2 of them. The other person will be caught soon. Thank you all so much. The world news comes up right away. Good evening.
Talk radio. I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
Whether it's happening in Port Harcourt, South Sound, Nigeria, or around the world, we've got you covered on air,
online, delivering balanced news and unbiased analysis. Today, 95.1 FM.
This is Today, 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt. News.
Very good evening to you. This is the World News and Premium Talk Radio. Today, 95.1 FM Port Harcourt. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Advocates for citizenship-focused governance over identity-based politics in Nigeria. NAFDAC destroys substandard falsified expired products valued at 1,855,655,000 naira in FCT. Former factional chairman of the PDP in Rivers State, Robinson Namewo, attributes recent disqualification of some politicians on lack of understanding of party constitution. On the foreign scene, Malian refugees in Mauritania bears deep physical and psychological scars. Details shortly. Former Minister of Transportation Rotimi Amechi has advocated for citizenship-focused governance over identity-based politics in Nigeria. Amechi spoke shortly after his screening as presidential aspirant of the African Democratic Congress, also challenged the effectiveness of the federal character system in ensuring fair leadership. Amechi linked unemployment to insecurity, urging for performance-based leadership assessment, emphasizing on the need to abolish identity-based politics, insisting that governance should be centered on citizenship rather than ethnicity or religion. He explained that many social vices arise due to lack of structured economic engagement. The national leadership of the All Progressives Congress APC has disowned the various results being announced across several states regarding the senatorial direct primaries. In a statement by Chief of Staff to the national chairman, Abul Karim Bala Kwali, said the unauthorized announcement directly contravened the established position of the National Secretariat and the formal directive of the National Working Committee NWC of our great party. Bala Kwali clarified that the NWC explicitly mandated that no results should be announced at any senatorial level until they have been formally reviewed, verified, and approved by the committee. He called on all party faithful and the general public to disregard any results being speculated upon or circulated, as they do not represent the official decision of the party. The statement insisted that the APC remain committed to ensuring a free, fair and credible electoral process and assured that all stakeholders that the authentic results will be formally communicated upon the conclusion of the entire exercise. President Bola Tinubu has directed all ministries and extra ministerial departments to sustain and deepen digitalized work processes while mandating agencies of government to adopt technology-driven systems across their internal operations and service delivery platforms. The president said the public service must move beyond outdated manual systems and embrace faster, transparent and citizen-focused governance mechanisms. Speaking at the ongoing ceremony of the International Civil Service Conference 2026 in Abuja, Tinubu, who was represented by the Secretary to the Government of the Federation, the SDF, Senator George Akume, declared that inefficient bureaucratic practices could no longer be accommodated in an era increasingly shaped by technology and digital innovation. Tinubu said the directive forms part of the broader public sector reform agenda under his administration's Renewed Hope program, aimed at building a more responsive and efficient civil service. According to him, the Nigerian Public Service has in the last 11 months moved beyond policy declarations and planning into measurable outcomes, and despite prevailing domestic and global challenges. The president described public servants as the engine room of national transformation, noting that effective implementation remains central to achieving the objectives of government policies. He said the federal government had continued to modernize operations within the civil service, pointing to ongoing digitalization efforts across government institutions. Tinubu disclosed that 38 ministries and extra ministerial departments are already operating on secure, paperless and end-to-end electronic workflow systems. He added that government was also strengthening institutional capacity through the Personnel Audit and Skills Gap Analysis Initiative, which he authorized during the previous conference, which he said was nearing completion. According to the president, the exercise would help identify competency gaps, strengthen workforce capacity, and ensure appropriate deployment of personnel equipped with relevant digital skills. Tinubu also linked the public sector transformation drive with the administration's wider infrastructure strategy, referencing Project Bridge, building resilient digital infrastructure for growth, which he recently highlighted at the Africa CEO Forum in Rwanda. He said the initiative was intended to provide the infrastructure backbone needed to drive innovation, improve public service efficiency, create jobs, and expand digital access across the country. The National Drug Law Enforcement Agency says it has dismantled the transnational methamphetamine production syndicate, jointly operated by Nigerian drug cartel and Mexican collaborators, leading to the arrest of 10 suspects. Also, illicit drugs and chemicals valued at over 480 million naira were recovered during the operation. The chairman and chief executive officer of the NDLEA, retired Brigadier General Buba Mawa, disclosed this during a media briefing at the agency's headquarters in Abuja. Mawa said the operation carried out by the operatives of the agency's Special Operations Unit led to the discovery and shutdown of what he described as the biggest clandestine methamphetamine laboratory ever uncovered in Nigeria. According to him, the laboratory was hidden in Abidagba Forest in Ijebu East local government area of Ogun State and was being operated by the Anochili Innocent Drug Trafficking Organization. He said the coordinated operation was conducted simultaneously in Ogun and Lagos State on Saturday, May 16, 2026, following months of intelligence gathering. He disclosed that 7 men to Nigeria to produce methamphetamine. Mawa said the arrested Mexicans were identified as 46-year-old Martinez Felix Nemecto, Jesus Lopez Valles, 40 years old, and Terrero Juan Carlos, who is 51-year-old. According to him, Nigerian suspect apprehended at the site included Nwankwo Sunday Christian, Igwe Abuchi Remigius, Ifeanyi Chukwu Chibuike Joshua, and Egwonwu Uchenna Victor. Mawa added that another tactical team arrested the alleged kingpin of the cartel, Anochili Innocent, at his residence located at Gulf Estates, Lakowe, Lekki, Lagos. According to him, a search of the residence led to the recovery of the passport and mobile phones of the arrested Mexican nationals, linking the suspect directly to their importation and activities in Nigeria. The NDLEA said his boss said operatives also raided the residence of another syndicate member, Emeka Uwambum, who allegedly served as the cartel's stash house. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has destroyed substandard, falsified, expired, and unwholesome regulated products valued at 1,855,655,000 in Kuje Area Council of the Federal Capital Territory, FCT. NAFDAC warned that counterfeit trade poses a serious threat to public health and national security. The destruction exercise, conducted under the 2026 FCT General Destruction Program, covered a broad range of seized and voluntary surrendered items. These destroyed products include banned sachet of alcohol below 200 ml, narcotics, antibiotics, antimalarials, herbal products, counterfeit food items such as a sachet milk, cosmetics, chemicals, medical devices, and other expired regulated products. Director General of NAFDAC, Professor Mojisola Adeyeye, said the exercise demonstrated the agency's commitment to permanently removing unsafe products from circulation and preventing their re-entry into the market. She warned that the proliferation of counterfeit medicines and other unregulated products poses grave risk to public health and the economy, adding that offenders would continue to face stricter sanctions. According to the DG, who was represented by the Director of Investigation and Enforcement Directorate, Iluyomade Martins, NAFDAC is intensifying enforcement operations, strengthening surveillance systems, and expanding collaboration with stakeholders to track, seize, and prosecute those involved in the production and distribution of fake products. She added that the agency is working with the National Assembly to strengthen its enabling law to impose harsher penalties, including asset forfeiture or counterfeiters. Adeyeye said the destruction exercise remains part of routine regulatory measures to clear unsafe products from the supply chain and prevent their redistribution to unsuspecting consumers. The governorship candidate of the All Progressives Congress in Rivers State in the 2023 election, Patrick Tonye Cole, has withdrawn from the party's gubernatorial primaries ahead of the 2027 general election, citing the need for party unity and respect for the supremacy of the party. In a press statement issued on Wednesday, Tonye Cole said his decision followed consultations with members of his political team, supporters, associates, and other stakeholders after a crucial meeting convened by the national leadership of the APC on the future of the party in Rivers State. The former governorship candidate noted that he remained committed to dialogue, reconciliation, and unity among various factions within the Rivers APC, stressing that strong institutions remain critical to sustainable development. According to him, the decision to withdraw from the primaries was taken in the overriding interest of peace, collective progress, and unity within the party ahead of the 2027 elections. Tonye Cole pledged his full support and cooperation to whoever emerges as the APC candidate at the end of the primaries, describing the move as a product of deep reflection, patriotism, and commitment to the stability and growth of both the party and River State. He also appreciated party faithful, women, groups, youths, elders, and supporters across the state for standing by him throughout his political journey, saying their encouragement and belief in his vision remained inspiring. The APC stalwart urged his supporters to remain peaceful and cooperate fully with the leadership of the party while calling for the unity towards securing victory for President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the APC, and its candidates in the 2027 general elections. Tonye Cole maintained that despite stepping aside from the contest, he would continue to work for the development of the River State and the progress of APC. In the meantime, this unconfirmed report revealed that River State Governor Siminalayi Fubara may withdraw from his second-term bid for the governorship race ahead of the 2027 general election over political uncertainty. Information available revealed that the governor's decision to withdraw follows unsettled issue of consensus candidates for APC governorship position in River State. It has been revealed that the governor is not comfortable with the committee set up for the primary, as he perceived that all the members of primary election committee are allies of his political rivals. It would interest you to know that allies of Governor Fubara who were nominated for National Assembly and State House of Assembly positions were all disqualified by members of the primary election committee of the APC. You're listening to the World News on Today 95.1 FM, Voice of the People. After the break, more news, foreign and sports stories. Please stay with us.
Every day, every hour, when the big stories break, depend on our 24-hour news team to bring you the latest. Today 95.1 FM.
Thanks for staying with us now. The rest of our stories. Meanwhile, a former factional chairman of the People's Democratic Party, PDP in River State, Robinson Namewo, has attributed the recent disqualification of some politicians on the lack of preparedness and understanding of party constitution. Namewo, in an interview with Today FM correspondents, insisted that parties have their constitution which align with the Electoral Act as amended, and anyone not pleased with the screening should take up the matter. The PDP chieftain, while advising politicians to ensure they are prepared, stressed that mere gossips will not help the situation, but rather fuel disinformation in the state.
Is purely an internal affair of the party. Each respective political party have their party constitutions. They also have their electoral guidelines. It is based on the party constitution and the electoral guideline, in addition to the provisions of the Electoral Act 2026, that parties carry out screening of aspirants for respective positions. There is nothing like political witch hunt. Election is a complete process. It's not a one-day affair.
Namewo, while reminding politicians that the Electoral Act does not have provisions for independent candidates, also urged governorship aspirants to ensure the full spirit of sportsmanship and embrace the outcome of the screening. He also frowned at situations insinuating that some political bigwigs that the FCT minister is interfering in party process, noting that all politicians are free to give both financial and moral support to their choice candidates.
We have to exhibit the spirit of sportsmanship. So I believe that by Thursday that APC primaries will hold, party members will come out in their numbers in the 319 wards of the state and vote their choice, and not for Abuja to make choice for anybody. FCT minister is not interfering. FCT minister is a party leader. FCT minister operates what we call the Rainbow Coalition. He supports his candidates. The city governor should also be able to support his candidates. That is how politics works. Power is not served a la carte. Power is not given. Power is not dashed. Power is taken.
The Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, has accused the federal government of failing to implement the 2025 agreement in a coordinated manner. Chairman of the Port Harcourt Zone of ASU, Uzoma Chima, who made this known during a press conference at the University of Port Harcourt, explained that the federal government implemented the agreement in a distorted and uncoordinated manner by failing to inaugurate the Implementation Monitoring Committee expected to shield the agreement from what he termed bureaucratic bottlenecks. Chima lamented that administrators of the federal universities only picked what to pay among the consolidated academic tool allowances, earned academic allowances, and professorial allowances, instead of paying all as stated in the agreement.
Administrators of federal universities are picking and choosing what to pay among the consolidated academic tool allowances, earned academic allowances, and professorial allowances, whereas all these should have been mainstreamed with the consolidated academic staff salary scale bonus. As monthly salary packages for professors and other academic staff.
Chima further noted that some governors are yet to implement the agreement, in which representatives of their governing councils participated. He, however, condemned what he described as partial implementation of the salary component of the 2025 FGN ASU agreement by vice chancellors and called on both federal and state government to respect the letters and spirit of the document for lasting industrial harmony on campuses. Chima further warned that the union will stop at nothing to ensure that all their members fully benefit from the gains of the 8-year-long negotiation.
The Academic Staff Union of Universities, since the signing of the agreement with the federal government of Nigeria in December 2025 and its public presentation in January 2026. This interactive session was called to present the outcome of our review of the implementation of the signed agreement and other outstanding issues. The federal government is set to inaugurate the Implementation Monitoring Committee, expected to shield the agreement from bureaucratic bottlenecks and guide the strategic actualization.
A senior lecturer in the Department of International Diplomacy at the Rivers State University, Obidima, has asserted that Nigeria remains heavily dependent on foreign powers politically, economically, socially, and culturally. Obidima made the observation in an interview to the FM's correspondent, Loma Owosu, where he highlighted that the U.S. actively promotes democracy globally, leading Nigerian politicians to seek refuge and influence within the U.S. during internal political challenges. He cited that Obama administration alleged influence on the Goodluck Jonathan election, stating that the current Bola Tinubu's administration, facing a potentially uncooperative with the Trump's administration, is also employing lobbying strategies in the U.S. to counter negative perceptions, even amidst claims of Christian genocide in Nigeria. The lecturer criticized the approach, deeming it diplomatically unfavorable for Nigeria, arguing that relying on American influence without a clear understanding of Nigeria's internal issues is counterproductive.
Nigeria is a dependent nation, politically, economically, socially, and even culturally. In the international political system we are today, there are major powers. United States happen to be the hegemon. United States is a dominant power, and United States is at the forefront in the push for nations adopting democracy as their major governance structure. That is why changes to the United States, knowing full well that United States can influence a lot of things.
Obidima urged political parties to engage American ears strategically regarding the upcoming elections, advocating for American oversight of INEC to ensure a free and fair electoral process.
During Jonathan's time, the Obama administration was used to influence the outcome of that election. And now, Tinubu, with some not quite friendly disposition with the current president of America, Donald Trump, has adopted the strategy of using lobbyists to burnish his image of his government and United States, even at the wake of Donald Trump declaring Christian genocide going on in Nigeria. Diplomatically, it is a sloy on the part of the current administration.
The families of Azu, Benjamin, and Tuo Tamuno, Waribo, Oranta, of Opobo town in Opobo, Nkara local government area of Rivers State have announced the passing of late Deacon Solomon Benjamin Uranta, whose demise occurred on Wednesday, April 1, 2026 at the age of 59. A funeral program signed by the chief mourner, Pastor Professor Iwarime Uranta, noted that a service of songs for the deceased will hold on Thursday, May 21, 2026 at the Living Faith Church, aka Winners Chapel, Okuru Junction, Abuloma, Port Harcourt, by 5 p.m. On Saturday, May 23, 2026, the funeral service will take place at the Rezo Place, Okuru Abuloma Road, beside Sukubo Close, off Peter Alderley Road, Port Harcourt at 10 a.m., followed by interment at the Port Harcourt Cemetery. According to the program, late Deacon Solomon Benjamin Uranta is survived by his mother, wife, children, grandchildren, and a host of other relatives too numerous to mention. On the foreign scene, humanitarian teams are treating the steady flow of Malian refugees suffering from both physical injuries and severe psychological trauma at a health care center in the eastern Mauritania. In the town of Douankara, Doctors Without Borders is caring for people who have fled neighboring Mali, where years of violence have forced hundreds of thousands of people from their homes. Many of the refugees arriving in Mauritania's Hod Chagui region have escaped insecurity in northern Mali, where armed groups, military operations, and ongoing attacks continue to devastate communities. Sherifa, whose name was being changed to protect her identity, says the loss of her son remains her greatest pain. Another refugee, Ned Dwani, said he hopes to return home only when the violence ends. For thousands of displaced families, returning home will depend on lasting peace and improved security in their communities. To end the news, here's a summary of the major stories. The former Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amici, has advocated for citizenship-focused governance over identity-based politics in Nigeria. NAFDAC has destroyed substandard, falsified and expired products valued at 1,855,650,000 naira in FCT. We told you that former factional chairman of PDP in Rivers State, Robinson Namewo, has attributed the recent disqualification of some politicians on lack of understanding of party constitution. On the foreign scene, you also heard that Malian refugees in Mauritania are bearing deep physical and psychological scars. 1,000 News has edited by Uchendu Ejowo. For comments and inquiries, please call 081-8389-2850 or send your emails to news@todayfmlive.com. You can read our stories on www.todayfmlive.com, on Facebook at Today95.1fm, on Instagram at TodayFM951, on X at TodayFM951. You can also join our YouTube live at Today95.1fm. I'm Rona Agbera. Thank you so much for listening. Good evening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
A very good evening to you. This is Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt, Voice of the People. It's time again for a rundown of the foreign news stories that made the headlines on the world today. I'm Rona Agbara. First, the headlines. Rwandan fighters tightens border controls over deadly Ebola outbreak in DRC. China and Russia reaffirm close ties amid U.S. visit. Philippines top court rejects bid to block arrest of senator wanted by ICC. UK eases sanctions on Russian oil imports as fuel prices soar. Details shortly. The mental well-being of 3 elephants in the zoo in South Africa is the subject of an unusual court case with animal welfare groups saying that they're depressed and should be moved to a larger conservation park where they can be happy. The case this week is for the South African court to decide if the state is meeting its legal obligations with regard to the welfare of the animals and the conditions in which they are kept. The animal welfare groups that are part of the South African Constitution puts an obligation on authorities to look after animals. The zoo in question in Johannesburg is publicly owned and has defended its management of the elephants, saying they are well cared for. Somaliland has announced plans to open its first ever embassy anywhere in the world in Jerusalem, marking a significant diplomatic step following Israel's recognition of the breakaway territory. The move signals deepening ties between two sides while drawing renewed international attention to Somaliland's contested status and its growing strategic importance in the Horn of Africa. The announcement was made by Somaliland's ambassador to Israel, Mohammed Hagi, who confirmed that the embassy will be located in Jerusalem while Israel plans to open a diplomatic mission in Hagetia. He described the development as a reflection of growing friendship, mutual respect, and strategic cooperation between the two sides. However, Israeli Foreign Minister Gideon Saar welcomed the decision, calling it an important step in strengthening bilateral relations and reaffirming Jerusalem as Israel's capital. The World Health Organization has stepped up emergency operations in Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo after the country recorded 136 deaths and about 543 suspected Ebola cases. Meanwhile, medical supplies and international exports are arriving in Bunia as authorities battle the fast-spreading Bundibugyo strain, which currently has no approved vaccine or treatment. The WHO delivered 12 tons of emergency medical supplies to Bunia in Ituri province, the epicenter of the outbreak near the borders with Uganda and South Sudan. The shipment included personal protective equipment, infection prevention kits, tents, and medical materials for frontline health workers. Rwandan authorities have intensified health screening and tightened movement along the border with the Democratic Republic of Congo as a deadly Ebola outbreak linked to the rare Bundibugyo strain continues to spread across the region. At least 131 people have died and 531 suspected infections have been reported in the Eastern DRC, prompting the World Health Organization to declare an international public health emergency. The measure comes amid fears that the outbreak could spread further across East Africa. Rwanda has also restricted cross-border movement since the outbreak was confirmed. However, the residents of Rwanda Rubavu district said the tighter controls are affecting livelihoods and disrupting trade. The Tanzanian government has allocated $109 million to support the expansion and operational improvement of Air Tanzania Company Limited in the 2025-2026 transport budget. According to budget document presented to Parliament by the Minister of Transport, Makame Mbarawa, on 13 May, the national carrier will receive $71.5 million for aircraft acquisition, procurement of spare engines, and rehabilitation of maintenance facilities. The Ministry of Transport stated in the budget document that its priorities for the 2026-7 fiscal year include acquiring more aircraft, strengthening ATCL operations, and constructing a new passenger terminal in Dar es Salaam with an annual capacity of 2.5 million passengers. The ministry, however, acknowledged the airline's financial challenges, citing low capital levels and an aircraft ownership structure affecting its balance sheet. Away from Africa to the rest of the world, President Xi Jinping has hailed China and Russia's unyielding ties in talks with Vladimir Putin earlier today, as the pair met to underscore their alliance days after Donald Trump's visit to the Asian superpower economy. After the U.S. president was received pumped last week, but left without major breakthroughs, including one help with reopening the Strait of Hormuz, Putin's visit will be scrutinized for tangible takeaways. Putin is, however, weakened by years of Russia's war in Ukraine as sanctions by the Western powers put the squeeze on energy revenues and increased Moscow's dependence on China, the main buyer of Russian oil. Meanwhile, analysts believe that Putin could use the visit to push for progress on the major power of Siberia 2 natural gas pipeline from Russia to China through Mongolia, a land alternative to crude imported by sea from the Middle East. The United States and Israel has gone into war in Iran, intending to replace the regime's leadership with hardline former President Mahmoud Ahmadinejad. The U.S. officials who were briefed on the audacious plans quickly went awry, and Ahmadinejad's current whereabouts and condition are known. After the killing of Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, U.S. President Donald Trump mused that it would be best if someone from within Iran took over the country. To say that Ahmadinejad was an unusual choice would have a vast understatement, the newsman said. While he had increasingly clashed with the regime's leader and had been placed under close watch by the Iranian authorities, he was known during his term as president from 2005 to 2013 for his calls to wipe Israel off the map. He was also a strong supporter of Iran's nuclear program, a fierce critic of the United States, and known for violently cracking down on internal dissent. The Philippine Supreme Court has refused to block the arrest of Senator wanted by the International Criminal Court, ICC, for crimes against humanity. Senator Ronald De La Rosa, whose whereabouts are unknown, is wanted by the court in The Hague for his role in the country's war on drugs during Rodrigo Duterte's 2016 to 2022 presidency. President Ferdinand Marcos Jr.'s spokeswoman Claire Castro told newsmen earlier today that the warrant of arrest against Senator Bato De La Rosa is valid. Philippine authorities also confirmed that they were seeking to arrest De La Rosa, who had argued in a petition to the court that law enforcement had no legal authority to execute an arrest warrant issued by a foreign court. However, De La Rosa emerged from 6 months of hiding last week and took refuge at the Senate for several days before fleeing after a shooting incident between government agents and Senate security personnel that sent senators rushing for cover in their offices. The United Kingdom government has disclosed easing sanctions on imports of Russian jet fuel and diesel refined in third countries amid soaring fuel prices caused by the Iran war and prolonged closure of the Strait of Hormuz. The trade license that came into effect earlier today is of the indefinite duration and will be periodically reviewed. It would allow the UK to import Russian crude oil refined in third countries such as India and Turkey. The UK and other Western countries imposed strict sanctions against Russia following the invasion of Ukraine in 2022, targeting oil exports as well as more than 3,000 individuals and companies. This new decision follows a US sanctions waiver for Russian oil cargoes already at sea, which was extended for the second time as the war against Iran squeezes global oil supplies. That story from UK concludes tonight's edition of The World Today, produced by Oloma Awoso of the News Department. But before we go, here's a summary of the stories that made the headlines. Rwanda has tightened its border controls over deadly Ebola outbreaks in DRC. We told you that China and Russia has reaffirmed close ties amid US visit. You heard that Philippines' top court has rejected bid to block arrest of the senator wanted by ICC. Finally, UK has eased sanctions on Russian oil imports as fuel prices soar. Till same time tomorrow, do have a lovely evening. Thank you so much for listening.
Today's news, today's entertainment, today's sports, today's issues. Today on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hit the road, fill your drive. Ignite the vibe, stay locked. Today 95.1 FM, radio on the go.
BBC World Service. I'm Nkechi Obona in Nairobi with Focus on Africa. Arsenal Football Club ends its 2-decade trophy drought in English football, igniting a wave of excitement across African fans.
Yesterday has got to be a one-of-a-kind day. Happiness does not even come close to what I'm feeling. It's not excitement, it's not love.
And with rising fuel prices in most parts of the world, owing to the Middle East conflict, we get insight into how fuel prices are determined in some African countries.
We do have what we call the landed costs. Then we also have what we call the local margins. And then we have the policy choices, which are taxes and levies.
That's all on the BBC Tonight in Focus. First, the news.
BBC News with Moira Alderson. America's top diplomat Marco Rubio has offered a new relationship with the Cuban people in a video message marking the anniversary of Cuba's independence. Speaking in Spanish, he blamed the island's hardships on its communist leadership and not the US fuel blockade. Will Grant is in Havana.
At the heart of Marco Rubio's video message to Cubans was an offer from President Trump of what he called a new relationship with the island. However, he said it would be a new path between the US and a new Cuba, where Washington would directly support the Cuban people and not work with Gallesa, the commercial wing of the Cuban armed forces. Gallesa owns or operates most of the lucrative parts of the Cuban economy, from the ports to the petrol pumps to five-star hotels. Mr. Rubio's message comes as the US Department of Justice is understood to be preparing an indictment against 94-year-old ex-President Raul Castro, the co-founder and elder statesman of the Cuban Revolution.
Iran's Revolutionary Guards say they've allowed 26 ships to cross the Strait of Hormuz over the past 24 hours. Shipping data shows that among the vessels that have transited today are 2 Chinese and 1 South Korean oil tanker, carrying 6 million barrels of oil between them. Caroline Hawley has this report.
The 3 supertankers have been trapped for weeks by the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. China, a key ally of Iran, has been able to get some of its ships out in coordination with the Iranian authorities. But this is the first South Korean tanker to come out, and it follows extensive diplomatic efforts by Seoul. It also took a route designated by Iran, though the South Korean Foreign Ministry had said no fees were paid. Hundreds of other ships remain stuck in the waterway, with a new warning about the global impact. The UN's Food and Agriculture Organization said this was not a temporary disruption to shipping, but the start of what it called a systemic agri-shock, which could trigger a severe crisis in food prices within 6 to 12 months.
Caroline Hawley with that report. The World Health Organization says it's exploring vaccine and treatment options to help contain the Ebola outbreak in the Democratic Republic of Congo. There is currently no approved vaccine for the Bundibugyo virus linked to the outbreak. The WHO's emergency committee said they were examining the use of the Avibo vaccine, which targets a more common type of Ebola. Emery Makumeno is in Kinshasa.
This Bundibugyo strain of disease doesn't have a vaccine, so the health teams here are banking on previous experience, hygiene, safe burial. This is how the DRC has managed to deal with 15 Ebola outbreaks in the past without any vaccine, without any specific therapeutics. But time is ticking because this virus has been circulating for several weeks now.
This is World News from the BBC. Israel's foreign minister has publicly condemned the far-right national security minister for posting video in which he taunts detained international activists from a Gaza aid flotilla. Gideon Saar called it a disgraceful display and said his colleague Itamar Ben-Gvir was not the face of Israel. Yolande Nell is in Jerusalem.
The video shows dozens of international activists kneeling on the ground with their hands tied behind their backs. Waving a large Israeli flag, Itamar Ben-Gvir tells them in Hebrew, "Welcome to Israel, we are the masters." The activists who were detained in international waters are also shown on the deck of a ship as the Israeli national anthem is played. The Italian Prime Minister called the video unacceptable and said demonstrators, including many Italian citizens, were being treated in a way that violates human dignity.
Bolivia has expelled Colombia's ambassador because of concerns about interference in its internal affairs during weeks of anti-government protests. Bolivia's foreign ministry said the dismissal did not mean a break in diplomatic ties. Relations have been strained since Colombia's left-wing president Gustavo Petro described the protests as a popular uprising against geopolitical arrogance. Bolivia's conservative president Rodrigo Paz said this amounted to interference. The union representing Samsung electronics workers says a planned strike has been called off. An 18-day walkout due to begin on Thursday was averted after talks mediated by South Korea's Labour Minister. Workers will now vote on a tentative wage deal. A Norwegian journalist has provoked a backlash in India after questioning the visiting Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Hela Lung challenged Mr Modi as to why he didn't take journalists' questions and later asked whether he could try to stop human rights violations in India. Some social media posts accused her of being a foreign stooge or attempting to embarrass India, while some broadcasters called the questions disrespectful. BBC News.
Hello there and welcome. I'm Nkechi Obona in Nairobi. Today in Focus on Africa.
My children are 7 years old, my best friend's 42. He's never seen Tottenham win the league. My 7-year-old son has seen Arsenal win the league again.
Arsenal Football Club has clinched its first Premier League title in over 2 decades, sending a wave of excitement across Africa. But what's behind the club's huge following across the continent?
During the era of the former manager Arsene Wenger, Arsenal, gathered a lot of fan base in Africa because that was the period in which most of the fans get to see the team play on TV, on cable TV, and that was the golden era of Arsenal, when Arsenal went invincible.
And in Kenya, public transport services have resumed following a 2-day strike over fuel prices. We look at how some African countries determine the cost at the pump.
We do have what we call the landed costs. Then we also have what we call the local margins. And then we have the policy choices, which are taxes and levies.
It's Tuesday, May 20th. This morning, my status updates on social media feeds were painted red. The reason? Arsenal fans across the world are erupting in celebration after Arsenal Football Club secured their first English Premier League title in more than 2 decades. The last time they lifted the trophy was in 2004, which is before the invention of the iPhone and Instagram. And you know, since then, nearly 3 billion people have been born globally, according to the United Nations. Now, Arsenal's win has sparked reactions far beyond North London, with African leaders, including Rwanda's Paul Kagame, publicly congratulating the club, reflecting Arsenal's huge fan base across the continent. From Nairobi to Gaborone and Lagos, supporters are flooding social media and sports bars, celebrating a title many fans have waited years to see.
Yesterday has got to be a one-of-a-kind day. Happiness does not even come close to what I'm feeling. It's not excitement, it's not love. I started supporting Arsenal in 2003-2004 season when we won our last league, and it was a crush, man, Adam, that made me start supporting, only for us not to win anything afterwards. Man, I know even follow. To suffer this immense heartbreak, rivalry, yabbing, bumpers. At some point, I even stopped watching the game, but I can never leave. Like, I can't leave Arsenal.
I started supporting Arsenal from the early 2000s because I was also a footballer. And I think they are very popular in Africa because of the feats they achieved, the Invincibles, all those periods where, really, tested my patience. But I always knew that something is going to come out of this.
Oh, my. I couldn't sleep as an Arsenal supporter for the longest time. I have supported this team wholeheartedly. It was a journey, but all along I've had hope. I know I've had heartbreak, but I'm proud.
Whew. After such a long time, finally we managed to win the Premier League. I'm so excited.
So why has this victory resonated so deeply across Africa? And what does Arsenal's connection with the continent say about football's influence far beyond the pitch? I've been speaking to BBC sports journalist Isaiah Akinremi.
It's a time to celebrate, a time to party with each other for a team that has come close to winning the Premier League title for the past 3-4 seasons. This team, has finished in second place for the 3 consecutive seasons, prior to that title win yesterday. And then they faced a lot of backlash, a lot of banter from rival fans. And for a team that has invested in recruiting top players to the team in recent years, so this victory means a lot for them. For the first time since the 2003-2004 season, brings Arsenal into the conversation of one of the top teams in England and even in the world.
We've seen celebrations across several African countries. My social media feed has been blowing up with fans across the continent. Why do you think Arsenal has such a strong following in Africa?
During the era of the former manager Arsene Wenger, in the 2000s, Arsenal gathered a lot of fan base in Africa because that was the period in which most of the fans get to see the team play on TV, on cable TV, with the popular ones we are used to. And that was the golden era of Arsenal, when Arsenal went invincible in the 2003-2004 season without losing a single game in the English Premier League. No team has ever achieved that feat. And so the style of play, the big stars, they watch every weekend. And of course, I'm getting to watch them on TV. Made a lot of Arsenal, fans in Africa to stay glued to their TV set every weekend. One player that stood out, for most Arsenal fans, Thierry Henry was one player that most African football fans, idolized. And for him playing for Arsenal, his speed, his confidence, and his goals, brought a lot of attention to Arsenal. He scored 174 goals in 254 appearances for Arsenal. And when you go to most of the viewing centers, you have pictures of Thierry Henry, even in Baba's shop. You have pictures of him, everywhere.
Which brings me to my next question. Do you think that these attachments by African fans to most of these European clubs is because so many African stars, the likes of Emmanuel Adebayo, Yaya Toure, and Nwankwo Kanu, were once stars in all of these clubs?
Yes, absolutely. That is a very good yardstick to measure the level of support from African football fans to support European clubs. If you check most of these teams that parade African stars, you will see that back home they've got a good number of fans across board. During the era of Jose Mourinho in Chelsea, when Michael Essien joined the team in 2005, it also brought a big growth of Ghanaian fans in Chelsea.
And what are just some of the most memorable celebrations, especially for Arsenal fans, that you have witnessed in Africa? Give us a sense of what last night was like in Lagos, where you currently are.
One big celebrity that supports Arsenal in Lagos is Remote. I know Arsenal fan that I know support them passionately. I've seen videos of him proud to that celebration yesterday, going to the Emirates, jokingly sweeping all the disappointments away from the Emirates Stadium. And yesterday I saw pictures of him. Arsenal, their nickname is Gunners. I saw him taking some gunshot of some firecrackers in his neighborhood to celebrate Arsenal's success. Apart from Lagos, I've seen videos online, especially in East Africa, from Nairobi to Addis Ababa to Kampala.
Wow. But why did it take Arsenal so long to return to the top of English football, Isaiah?
Well, one point will be their former coach, Arsene Wenger. He has been there for a long time. He's their longest serving manager. He was at the helm of affairs of the Gunners for 22 years, and in Kichi, for a man who piloted the affairs of the club for 22 years, speaks volume. When he left, that's a big shoe for the next coach to fill in, Unai Emery. And then it was like a succession plan of who would be the next coach to fill in the big shoes of Arsene Wenger. So it took time when he left in 2018 for the new coaches to come on board and try to rebuild the team, bring in the set of players that have this mentality to for success. Really affected their chances of winning the title. So I think Arsene Wenger, who was there for a long time, 22 years, and leaving the team, left a big gap. And just to also point that they've been able to recruit some top players during their years of failure. They've been unable to attract big names, big players to their team. But in recent years, we've seen them, splash out the cash and bring in top players who have churned out the results for them.
Right. Now, Isaiah, we cannot have this conversation without talking about Arsenal's long-standing Visit Rwanda sponsorship. Now, the relationship between the club and Rwanda has been very controversial because critics have described it as sports washing because of Rwanda's human rights record and some of the allegations of human rights violations that have taken place in the country. Do these things matter to football fans at all?
Yes, I think, for most football fans in Rwanda, they believe the government should be pumping money into the development of football in Rwanda than, taking it to a high-profile, club. But on the flip side, football fans are still happy that, Rwanda, an African country, has been able to associate itself with a big club, a high-profile club in Arsenal. And I think, for the tourism board in Rwanda, it's all about, projecting, project profile of Rwanda.
Isaiah, before I let you go, now, the crowning of this victory will take place this Sunday. Is this
Absolutely.
a new era for Arsenal, the club? Because I know that it also has the UEFA Champions League final to play at the end of the month with PSG. What does this mean for the club going forward?
Ikechi, it means confidence, it means success, it means a new hope, They are not the bridesmaids. They are now the bride, and everybody is talking about them. It's just a perfect time for that final against PSG on May 30th in Budapest. And for the club, for the fans, they have been bantered, left, right, center by a rival club. It's a team built on failure. In fact, former Chelsea manager Jose Mourinho called Arsenal and Arsene Wenger a specialist in failure. But right now, it's now success for them. It's a new dawn for them. They can also brag that they are the pride of London, pride of England, and of course, it should bring success and of course attract investment and top players coming to the club.
I would like to hear what Jose Mourinho has to say following this last night's victory. Thank you so much, Isaiah Akinyeremi, BBC Africa sports journalist. Thank you so much for joining us on Focus on Africa. This is Focus on Africa from the BBC World Service. With fuel prices increasing in most parts of the world, I have been pondering on this one question. How are pump prices determined? Today, public transportation has resumed in Nairobi, Kenya's capital, after a 2-day protest that saw most of the streets empty and the central business district in unrest. Frustrated protesters lit bonfires on major roads in Nairobi and other towns across Kenya. This came after the government increased fuel prices by more than 20% last week. Authorities say at least 4 people were killed and 30 others injured during Monday's protest, while more than 700 people were arrested nationwide. Now, over the past weeks, similar protests have been seen in other parts of Africa. The island nation of Comoros suspended a fuel price increase after deadly protests last week. A strike by minibus drivers brought Mozambique's capital, Maputo, to a halt after diesel prices increased by 46%. Here is Kenya's Interior Minister, Kipchumba Murkomen, responding to the disruption in transport services.
Vandalizing public and private property can in no way bring down the oil prices. If anything, the disruption of transport and closure of business can only worsen the situation.
Now, to have a better understanding of how African countries determine the price you pay for fuel at the filling station, I spoke to the CEO of the Regional Association of Energy Regulators for Eastern and Southern Africa, Professor Geoffrey Eori Mabea. He first breaks down what goes into determining the fuel prices.
We do have what we call the landed costs. Then we also have what we call the local margins, and then we have the policy choices, which are taxes and levies. The first block is the landed cost. These are normally not controllable, and most of the countries, particularly the African countries, are price takers. When you talk of a landed cost, we are looking at the cost of the fuel at the port of export. We normally use it as a free on board. And then we have the freight cost, because we have to transport this fuel to the local port. Then at the port, you will have the port and handling charges. And of course, you have the marine insurance. So that is the first block of landed cost. Then number 2, we do have then now the local cost, or what we call the local margins. And these are normally regulated by a regulatory authority within a respective country. These are margins like inland transport costs, and then there could be pipeline costs, and then the tracking if you're using vehicles from point A to B. Now these, we have 2 categories of charges. We have the oil marketers who are dealing with wholesale distribution and supply. And then we also have the margins for retailers, those who are doing investment at various pump stations. And this includes the investment costs, which they have to recoup, as well as the operational costs like salaries and several other things. So that is highly regulated by a regulator. The third are what we call the policy choices. This is what a government decides according to their various requirements to charge respective marketers and also the consumers. These are basically taxes and levies. And these constitute most of the time, 40 to 50% of the total pump price. So these are things like excise duty, which is a cost per liter. Then you will have, in some countries, petroleum development levy, for example, in Kenya and several other countries. We have some countries like in East Africa region who have what we call African Union levy. They basically charge what they can pay as subscription to the African Union. Then we have others like road maintenance levy, we have petroleum levy, we have railway development levy. Then we have others like the import declaration levy, or what we call the IDF, merchant shipping levy, anti-adulteration levy, then the big animal, which is the value added taxes. So when you have these three blocks, you put them together, they constitute the final pump price.
It sounds like a lot of levies and taxes and so many fees that have to be paid, which the consumer at the end of the day bears the brunt of all of this. But we've also seen that in Africa, some governments have increased prices, and while others have suspended price increments, like Comoros. How much does it cost the government to keep fuel prices low?
Let's focus on the third block, which I call policy choices. A government may decide to either scrap off or reduce or adjust those levies. Like, for example, they constitute 40 to 50%. Now, a government may decide, because the first block, we do not have any control over it. But these other ones, the policy choices, it is a government to choose what to charge. For example, the excise duty, which is passed by Parliament, and it's a price per liter, you can very easily adjust this to lower it, depending on how you're looking at your margins. Other things like the petroleum development levy, you may decide to reduce. Let me give you an example. When you look at the road maintenance levy, and let me give you one of the countries like Kenya, which recently added 7 shillings a liter. So these are some of the things you may decide to reduce or scrap off the additional value. And that way you'll be able to reduce the overall price, for example, by 7 shillings. You also have other elements like the value added tax. I remember recently most of the countries like in Zambia and Kenya reduced the value added tax to be able to reduce the overall pump price. So it is a choice that a government makes. What probably may be critical is there are some levies or policies that require change of policies. You cannot just implement them directly.
You've spoken a lot about the breakdown of the taxes and levies, especially in countries like Kenya. But let's take a deep dive further into Kenya.
The government should come down to our levels and listen, that they can really accommodate our views or our cries.
From Kitengela, we used to pay 100, 150. Right now, it's 300. Guys, life is becoming so unbearable. So please, Mr. Ruto, wherever you are, if you can listen to us Kenyans, we're just requesting, please lower those fuel prices.
These fuel prices actually have affected us, the general public at large, because see, when they increase the price of the fuel, it goes down to the cost, production cost, the manufacturing cost, everything becomes expensive.
And now, Professor Geoffrey, some have argued that Kenya has the highest cost of fuel, especially in the East African region. Is that correct, and why is that?
I may say it's relative, because the exchange rate, which also matters a lot, has a very high impact on the overall pump price. Remember, when you're looking at the free on board price, you multiply it by the exchange rate.
Professor Geoffrey, the thing is, for instance, in Kenya, its neighbors being Uganda, Rwanda, Ethiopia, all these countries all go to the Gulf to source fuel and at the same international benchmark prices. But why is Kenya's the highest when it comes to the region now?
What I could attribute that cost will be the third block, which is the policy choices. Taxes and levies alone in the country could amount to 80 shillings per litre for petrol and 70 shillings per litre for diesel.
Many thanks to Professor Geoffrey Eori Mabea. Now, we wanted to hear more from the Kenyan government about how they plan to cushion their citizens from rising global energy prices. This is the conversation between my colleague Waihiga Mwaura and Kenya's government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura.
If the situation in the Middle East continues and they don't find a way to resolve the issues around the Strait of Hormuz and international prices continue rising, are you telling Kenyans today that for the foreseeable future, fuel prices will continue to rise? And is the government willing to suspend some of those taxes, cushion Kenyans, if the situation continues as is in the coming days, spokesperson?
On the suspension of taxation and all of that, that is within the purview of Parliament, and that will be part of what is being negotiated. Of course, it will be one of the things that definitely have to be considered. But one of the other things that we are doing is to diversify our sourcing, not just the Strait of Hormuz, which is producing about 20% of the global fuel supply. We are looking at other places like Europe and all of that. That is in the short term, and we are very keen on that. The other thing also, you look at the long-term plans, definitely is to ensure that, of course, we have our own refinery here, we have enough oil reserves. And so we are looking at a long-term because we can see the effects of such wars to our economy.
The quality of the fuel that is being used at this time, questions have been raised about it. And so the ordinary Kenyan would ask, it is said that we're using lower quality fuel, obviously to be able to make sure that supply is not interrupted at a higher cost. How is that working? Just explain that to us.
These are just mitigating factors to ensure that we don't have, the prices skyrocket, as it were. So really, we would like to ask them to bear with the situation, and we hope, because no war will continue forever, that this situation will ameliorate.
Isaac Mwaura there, Kenya's government spokesperson, in conversation with my colleague Waihiga Mwaura. And that's it on Focus on Africa today. Should you want to speak with us, send a WhatsApp message on +254 791 269 243 or email us on focusonafrica@bbc.co.uk. You can also leave us a message on social media @BBC Africa or my handle @IamNkechi Nna, and that's with double N. Today's episode was produced by Kigante Shumba, Bella Twine and Rukia Bule in Nairobi. Blessing Aderogba was in Lagos. Charles Gitonga was the senior journalist in charge, and David Kenyon Jui, the technical producer. Our editors are Priya Sipi and Mariam Abdallah. I'm Nkechi Ubonna, and I will speak to you again soon.
Station with the
As the voice of the people, we make sure that no one misses out. On Today 95.1 FM, there's something for everyone.
Our tech show, because tech is new money. Our kids show, because we love the little ones.
Our Gospelration, because it's the moment of truth. Our High Life show, because high life is vintage.
Our sports show with the adrenaline. Our midnight show, because we care about your love life.
Our Nostalgia Drive, because old is gold. Our show for young people, because Gen Z code is on.
Our Pidgin Bit, because na Naija we day. Our Book Review, because books are a mirror. Our Big Stories, because big things only.
Our health shows with seasoned health experts, because we care that you're healthy. Our Eyewitness Report, because we want to hear from you. Our Reggae Show, because Rastafari.